Go Circular Week 2025 is here. Join the movement for a cleaner, greener Sierra Leone. From February 20 to 27, we take a stand against plastic pollution. Let's reduce, reuse and recycle, because our beach, our environment, our responsibility. Be the change. Go Circular today. The Go Circular Week is organized by the Government of Sierra Leone through the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Tourism in collaboration with the World Bank-administered PROBLUE, Sierra Leone Economic Diversification Project and Resilient Urban Sierra Leone Project. Go Circular! Go Circular! Go Circular!
And if we try for labor, we go reap the benefit. Oh, we make we solid.
The second edition of the annual Go Circular Week commenced in Freetown on Thursday. It calls for greater private sector investment in innovative approaches to maintain a clean environment.
Go Circular! This is the first of such commitments in our collective efforts to strengthen circularity and the circular economy, reduce the use of single-use plastics in our communities, and generally promote environmental sustainability for meaningful growth and development.
This marks the start of a week-long celebrations designed to raise awareness about the impact of plastic pollution and seek innovative and sustainable environmental solutions.
In encouraging the private sector, particularly in the waste management, to our incentives, our fiscal incentive. And I can say today we have a lot of industries that are working within this context. As a progressive ministry, we have a lot of incentives to support the recycling process.
Plastic waste is one of the top 4 biggest environmental challenges facing Sierra Leone, especially urban communities like Freetown. Data shared by the government and its partners show that the country generates 130,000 tons of plastic waste every year, with only 7,000 of that disposed of properly. Single-use plastic is a huge part of this problem, and the tourism sector alone generates 42 million pieces of them every year, only 6% of which is recycled. The rest end up in the environment, including in beaches like this, where they affect marine lives. The eyesores these create across the city also affect the tourist sector, says this World Bank expert.
The tops of Coke cans and recycled textiles, creating new products. So we can create wealth out of waste. In the tourism industry, of course, the environment is central. They are the endowments for an ecotourism destination. And it's particularly important this year because the Ministry of Tourism and Cultural Affairs has declared this year the year of ecotourism, 2025. What do ecotourists do? They enjoy nature. You can't enjoy nature when it's full of plastic and when the trees are burning and when the sand is being taken from the beaches. It's not going to work, right? So we all have to fight to protect this asset. Clean beaches and a pristine environment are essential for attracting tourists. I saw a transformation yesterday. When I arrived yesterday morning on Mahera Beach, it was complete. It is the worst plastic pollution I've ever seen in my entire life. I couldn't take one step without standing on a plastic bottle or a plastic bottle top or falling over something that was made of plastic. Within 6 hours, that beach looked like paradise. I don't know if you saw some of the photos that I took that are up earlier. It was a transformation. It was from hell to paradise in 6 hours. And thank you to Premier Environmental Solutions. was the private sector and the community that did that in partnership. That was not the government. And you know what? The community...
The Ministries of Tourism and Environment are collaborating with partners under the World Bank-funded Sierra Leone Economic Diversification Project in the Go Circular initiative, which primarily seeks to promote private sector participation in efforts against plastic waste.
Cleanup efforts. Let's organize and participate in cleanup campaigns that can help reduce plastic pollution in our environment. This we can do, starting with our backyards. This we can do, starting from where we are doing our businesses. Let's keep our environment clean.
The Ministry of Tourism declared 2025 as the year of ecotourism, which officials say calls for concerted efforts towards promoting the country as a major destination for tourism and hospitality.
The circular economy calls us to rethink how we use and manage our resources by reducing waste, reusing materials, and regenerating our environment. It is a sustainable approach that can help and protect us and this beautiful land and our beaches. Ensure cleaner communities. Where you see somebody tin up the peace, they say, but no peace day. Tourism starts with you from home. You keep your compound clean, your houses clean, extend it to the communities, to the beaches. So when tourists then they come, they're not going to go say, Sierra Leone is beautiful but too dirty with plastic cans all over the place.
This week-long event entails panel discussions, exhibition of innovative plastic recycling projects, engagement with the private sector players, as well as an award ceremony to recognize businesses with innovative ideas about sustainable environmental solutions for plastic waste.
Go circular! Go circular! Go circular! The Go Circular Week 2025 is here. Join the movement for a cleaner, greener Sierra Leone. From February 20 to 27, we take a stand against plastic pollution. Let's reduce, reuse, and recycle, because our beach, our environment, our responsibility. Be the change. Go Circular today. The Go Circular Week is organized by the Government of Sierra Leone through the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Environment, and the Ministry of Tourism in collaboration with the World Bank-administered PROBLUE, Sierra Leone Economic Diversification Project, and Resilient Urban Sierra Leone Project. Go circular! Go circular! Go circular!
And if we try for labor, we go reap the benefit. Oh, we make we salary.
John, now one big challenge we salon don dey face as anytime we rain come, gutter dem can block, plastic dem can scatter all over the place, and according to Master Sabi people dem, plastic pollution get impact to the country infrastructure, while body and self get impact on fish dem and other animal dem, as dem believe say na tea wey no dey digest and the ambog sea animal dem wey later people can eat. For see how dem go control plastic waste na the country, make the Ministry of the Environment and Climate Change with other body dem don dey work on policy for tap plastic plastic waste in the country. But this action not tap day make the Ministry of Finance develop project under the Leone Economic Diversification Project, and one part of the component are for control the way our plastic they scatter, dirty the street and infrastructure them. Where they talk inside the opening ceremony of the Go Circular Week for 2025 with the theme Our Beach, Our Environment, Our Responsibility, and this is a week-long program for raise awareness for plastic pollution at the country. The project coordinator for the Leone Economic Diversification Project, Mary Jallo, start for give statistics about how plastic waste don't talent in the country and the impact where this don't create to the environment.
If you're doubting why this commitment was made, let me share some data with you. 130,000 tons of plastic waste is generated in Sierra Leone each year. Only 7,200 tons are properly disposed of. The tourism sector alone uses about 42 million of single-use plastics every year, and only 6% of single-use plastics are properly recycled. Where do you think they end up? They end up as waste in our environment, and in most cases our beach. So to what the Deputy Minister of Tourism was saying, we are not only risking our environment, we're also risking our livelihoods. Because I've just been told by the Deputy Minister of Fisheries that there is a significant number of fishing spaces that have been impacted by plastics. So if you hear the Ministry of Fisheries closing down fishing for a month, it could be due to your plastic that you're dropping in the ocean or you're dropping somewhere that ends up affecting the fish catch. So we all have to be very conscious of some of these impacts.
The project coordinator for the Leone Economic Diversification Project, Mary Jallo, also talked about this project and what they hope for achieve at the end of the day.
Effort to tackle this problem, PROBLUE through the World Bank supported implementation of the PROBLUE project in 2021 as a sub-project under the Sierra Leone Economic Diversification Project. The first phase of the project focused on identifying the sources of plastic waste and developing a circular economy for plastics. This overarching goal is to reduce plastic pollution through the promotion of circularity, which guarantees job creation, revenue generation, innovation, and skills development with the potential to trigger rapid development in good sectors such as tourism and trade. But more importantly, the initiative reduces plastic pollution, protects marine life, and promotes general health of citizens.
Where they talk on behalf of World Bank Office na Salone, Louis Twiney, World Tourism Expert and co-tax team lead for the Leone Economic Diversification Project, talk about why World Bank decided to support this project and what they feel so far about the impact of sustainable innovation if people start for do recycle of plastic waste in the country.
This initiative, I think, has been really a significant step forward in some of our efforts to promote sustainability and innovation, using and reusing single-use plastic, particularly within the tourism sector and beyond. As we sit here today, I think we're really reminded of some of the serious environmental challenges that face the entire world, and particularly Sierra Leone. Climate change. I'll mention a few that are particularly severe at the moment in Sierra Leone. Deforestation, sand mining, and plastic pollution. The World Bank is committed to supporting initiatives that support sustainable development and environmental stewardship.
Inside her own talk, the Deputy Minister of Tourism and Cultural Affairs, Khadija Grace Kamara, talk about what the Ministry of Tourism don't they do for reduce plastic waste them, now the beach and other touristic sites them.
Well, what we've done for the past year is Madam Minister herself, Honorable Nabila Tunis, successfully graduated 800 hotel management staff and tourism staff last year. And what we're trying to do this year is to make sure that we enhance that same, making sure that we are sensitizing people, teaching them, and let them understand the importance of tourism and letting them know that tourism is the face of every country. And so if we are to succeed, if we are to grow, if we are to become a better sector, we have to go out there and sensitize people, making sure that they know the importance of what tourism is, what ecotourism means to us in Sierra Leone and to the people at large.
Bokari Kaloko, now the Deputy Minister too, now the Ministry of Finance, talk about what the Ministry of Finance and partner they do now for control the way how people and institutions them they use plastic in the country.
In the process of developing a bill on plastic, which will be a punitive bill to ensure that industries that are involved in using heavy plastic might be penalized.
The Deputy Minister too, now the Ministry of Finance, Bokari Kaloko say, as way for encourage people and institutions them for the recycled plastic waste them, make the ministry don't decide for give waiver to institutions them them, where they come with equipment them for do plastic recycle.
So I think we heard from the private sector man. What we have done in the private sector, we ensure we give waivers. That particular investor is not paying even GST. He is clearing all his items free of charge. And that's the kind of encouragement that we do. And we want to encourage people that are into other alternative uses in terms of products to come on board. And there are a lot of incentives within the Finance Act. And it doesn't stop at the Finance Act. Once we can see that something that's attractive, that can support the government, reduce waste, we are always open to bring new initiative to that context.
The Deputy Minister too na the Ministry of Finance Bokari Kaloka end say, even though the project the end inside this year, but say the ministry they look for more resources for support institutions them we want for use plastic waste for produce different thing them and call on people for tap or do thing them. We go unblock the environment. For the Society for Radio Democracy, Adeyemi Jackson, the report.
Go circular! Go circular! Go circular!
The Go Circular Week 2025 is here. Join the movement for a cleaner, greener Sierra Leone. From February 20 to 27, we take a stand against plastic pollution. Let's reduce, reuse, and recycle. Because our beach, our environment, our responsibility. Be the change. Go Circular today. The Go Circular Week is organized by the Government of Sierra Leone through the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Environment, and the Ministry of Tourism in collaboration with the World Bank-administered PROBLUE, Sierra Leone Economic Diversification Project, and Resilient Urban Sierra Leone Project.
Go circular! Go circular! Go circular! And if we try for labor, we go reap the benefit. Oh, we make we salary.
Tourism plays an important role in Sierra Leone's economy. The country is rich in biodiversity, has a rich cultural legacy, and possesses beautiful beaches and islands. Do you know that the tourism sector utilizes over 42 million single-use plastic items every year? And what's more, half of them are not disposed of properly. These plastics, in the form of bottles, bags, cutlery, and amenity bottles, end up polluting the ocean and our beaches.
Beach tourism was our prime product. Before, Sierra Leone was known for its pristine beaches, and we had tourists coming in. But you and I, as Sierra Leoneans, would not go to the beach at the moment because of the plastic waste. This is exactly what PROBLUE is seeking to do, to understand where the plastic waste are coming from and to develop a circular economy around it.
One solution to deal with the existing plastic waste is to convert it into construction material. It allows us to replace 10% of the conventional building material with plastic waste. Not only could hundreds of tons of waste be recycled for building new and affordable houses, but each house built this way are 25% less expensive than traditional built houses.
I tried conventional means, i.e. to pelletize the plastic waste, and noticed that the energy cost was very expensive, so it was not feasible to do that. So I had to think out of the box and came out with the plastic to build strategy concept, which is to convert or repurpose plastic waste into building materials.
SLEDP under subcomponents 2.2 is supporting SMEs growth and entrepreneurship. Underneath this component, we work with SMEs to address those binding constraints within their businesses for them to expand on their growth and to create jobs and contribute to the overall economic growth. Last year, we incubated 54 businesses. Out of that 54, a good number of them were circular economy businesses. We saw the impact of such businesses in transforming waste into economic product, which is why this year we have a special cohort as for the circular economy and the creatives. The objective of that is to help businesses grow their businesses ideas that have to do with waste management and the transforming of waste products into commodities.
By my perspective, I believe that we can shift from single-use plastic packaging for amenities like shampoos and soaps through two steps. Firstly, by convincing hotels and restaurants to use refillable dispensers, and secondly, to also convince them to shift towards local supply from local cosmetic manufacturers as a way to assure them of constant supply to refill these dispensers.
Our vision is very clear on this. We would definitely hope to reach to our goal and completely eliminate the usage of single-use plastic. We understand the vital danger it causes in our environment today, and if we're trying to move towards a more environmental friendly zone for tourists, we have to absolutely eradicate the usage of single-use plastic.
We're in close contact with several hotels who intend to reduce the single-use plastic waste and are also beginning to realize the potential of local producers. Sierra Leone has a wide spectrum of amazing raw materials for natural cosmetic production, and hotel owners are beginning to realize their potential. Using refillable dispensers and local amenities is a great opportunity for both sides, that's the hotels and local producers like my company.
The early adopters concept are a group of hotels and restaurants that have been selected within our association, and they're willing to move towards reducing the usage of single-use plastic. We definitely believe that we do need to institutionalize the PROBLUE early adopters concept.
SLEDP is a private sector development project. What we seek to do is to stimulate entrepreneurship within our private sector. What SLEDP wants to see is for plastic to become an economic commodity. I always give these examples. We no longer find cans. you know, because can is now an economic commodity. If you put your can down, someone would pick it up. We want the same to be done for plastics. If I put my water bottle down, if I put my plastic sachet down, someone would be looking for them, you know, because they can make money out of that. So if you grow businesses that are off-takers of these plastics, then you have created a circular economy.
So one of the lessons I learned from being part of the SLEDP project is that local manufacturers of natural cosmetics can also contribute to the reduction of single-use plastic pollution. Furthermore, we have also set up a new production line of single-use plastic where we recycle them into finished products like backpacks, slippers, but this will be a discussion for next time.
If you're looking to create
Go circular! Go circular! Go circular!
The Go Circular Week 2025 is here. Join the movement for a cleaner, greener Sierra Leone. From February 20 to 27, we take a stand against plastic pollution. Let's reduce, reuse, and recycle. Because our beach, our environment, our responsibility. Be the change. Go Circular today. The Go Circular Week is organized by the Government of Sierra Leone through the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Environment, and the Ministry of Tourism in collaboration with the World Bank-administered PROBLUE, Sierra Leone Economic Diversification Project, and Resilient Urban Sierra Leone Project.
Go circular! Go circular! Go circular! And if we try for labor, we go reap the benefit. Oh, we make we salute.
The Government of Sierra Leone and the World Bank PROBLUE are focusing on the opportunity to reduce single-use plastics as a complementary approach to recycling.
We all recognize the challenge before us, that climate change is affecting the ways we live. And managing the planet Earth requires that we have to do things differently.
What we want to achieve in this week is to have every one of us here go spread a message, and for our people that are listening to us to become aware that the impact or the negative impact of plastic on our economy or in our country should stop.
My ministry is very much committed to this drive, as in order to solve the plastic crisis and ensure sustainable development while protecting human and planetary health, stakeholders throughout the whole plastic value chain must collaborate, and together we will succeed.
At this juncture, I hereby declare the inaugural Go Circular Week open. May I respectfully invite you all to stand for the plastic reduction pledge.
Go circular.
Go circular.
Akaya today, I can clean the beach because the whole beach there is not fine. Some man then they take rubber, plastic, then they make them dirty box, then they burn at the gutter. And we're going at the gutter, we're in car. Obviously, they're going at the beach.
Sierra Leone is on the front line using less single-use plastics by introducing alternative packaging materials, which can also create jobs and wealth.
We're here to recycle because it has thousands of waste coming in from washable pads and pampers into our country. So with our business, it has an opportunity to knock down thousands of tons of plastic off our community.
As you can see, we crystal clear will be transitioning from plastic to reusable and plastic.
Okay, so we are one of the first cohorts, so the early adopters of the scheme, and we are committed to drastically reducing or eliminating plastic use in our businesses.
Although there is still a long way to travel, Go Circular Week showed Sierra Leone is on its way to a better future without plastic pollution.
Go circular! Go circular! Go circular!
The Go Circular Week 2025 is here. Join the movement for a cleaner, greener Sierra Leone. From February 20 to 27, we take a stand against plastic pollution. Let's reduce, reuse and recycle, because our beach, our environment, our responsibility. Be the change. Go Circular today. The Go Circular Week is organized by the Government of Sierra Leone through the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Tourism in collaboration with the World Bank-administered PROBLUE, Sierra Leone Economic Diversification Project and Resilient Urban Sierra Leone Project.
Go circular! Go circular! Go circular! And if we try for labor, we go reap the benefit. Oh, we make we salary.
Tourism plays an important role in Sierra Leone's economy. The country is rich in biodiversity, has a rich cultural legacy, and possesses beautiful beaches and islands. Do you know that the tourism sector utilizes over 42 million single-use plastic items every year? And what's more, half of them are not disposed of properly. These plastics, in the form of bottles, bags, cutlery, and amenity bottles, end up polluting the ocean and our beaches.
Beach tourism was our prime product before Sierra Leone was known for its pristine beaches and we had tourists coming in. But you and I as Sierra Leoneans would not go to the beach at the moment because of the plastic waste. This is exactly what PROBLUE is seeking to do, to understand where the plastic waste are coming from and to develop a circular economy around it.
One solution to deal with the existing plastic waste is to convert it into construction material. It allows us to replace 10% of the conventional building material with plastic waste. Not only could hundreds of tons of waste be recycled for building new and affordable houses, but each house built this way are 25% less expensive than traditional built houses.
I tried conventional means, i.e. to pelletize the plastic waste, and noticed that the energy cost was very expensive, so it was not feasible to do that. So I had to think out of the box and came out with the plastic to build strategy concept, which is to convert or repurpose plastic waste into building materials.
SLEDP under subcomponents 2.2 is supporting SMEs growth and entrepreneurship. Underneath this component, we work with SMEs to address those binding constraints within their businesses for them to expand on their growth and to create jobs and contribute to the overall economic growth. Last year, we incubated 54 businesses. Out of the 54, a good number of them were circular economy businesses. We saw the impact of such businesses in transforming waste into economic product, which is why this year we have a special cohort as for the circular economy and the creatives. The objective of that is to help businesses grow their businesses ideas that have to do with waste management and the transforming of waste products into commodities.
By my perspective, I believe that we can shift from single-use plastic packaging for amenities like shampoos and soaps through two steps. Firstly, by convincing hotels and restaurants to use refillable dispensers, and secondly, to also convince them to shift towards local supply from local cosmetic manufacturers as a way to assure them of constant supply to refill these dispensers.
Our vision is very clear on this. We would definitely hope to reach to our goal and completely eliminate the usage of single-use plastic. We understand the vital danger it causes in our environment today, and if we're trying to move towards a more environmental friendly zone for tourists, we have to absolutely eradicate the usage of single-use plastic.
We're in close contact with several hotels who intend to reduce the single-use plastic waste and are also beginning to realize the potential of local producers. Sierra Leone has a wide spectrum of amazing raw materials for natural cosmetic production, and hotel owners are beginning to realize their potential. Using refillable dispensers and local amenities is a great opportunity for both sides, that's the hotels and local producers like my company.
The early adopters concept are a group of hotels and restaurants that have been selected within our association, and they're willing to move towards reducing the usage of single-use plastic. We definitely believe that we do need to institutionalize the PROBLUE early adopters concept.
SLEDP is a private sector development project. What we seek to do is to stimulate entrepreneurship within our private sector. What SLEDP wants to see is for plastic to become an economic commodity. I always give these examples. We no longer find cans, because can is now an economic commodity. If you put your can down, someone would pick it up. We want the same to be done for plastics. If I put my water bottle down, if I put my plastic sachet down, someone would be looking for them, because they can make money out of that. So if you grow businesses that are off-takers of these plastics, then you have created a circular economy.
So one of the lessons I learned from being part of the SLEDP project is that local manufacturers of natural cosmetics can also contribute to the reduction of single-use plastic pollution. Furthermore, we have also set up a new production line of single-use plastic where we recycle them into finished product like backpacks, slippers, but this will be a discussion for next time.
If you're looking to create
Go circular! Go circular! Go circular!
The Go Circular Week 2025 is here. Join the movement for a cleaner, greener Sierra Leone. From February 20 to 27, we take a stand against plastic pollution. Let's reduce, reuse and recycle, because our beach, our environment, our responsibility. Be the change. Go circular today. The Go Circular Week is organized by the Government of Sierra Leone through the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Tourism in collaboration with the World Bank-administered PROBLUE, Sierra Leone Economic Diversification Project and Resilient Urban Sierra Leone Project.
Go circular! Go circular! Go circular! And if we try for labor, we go reap the benefit. Oh, we like we salon. We like we salon. Go circular! Go circular! Go circular!
The Go Circular Week 2025 is here. Join the movement for a cleaner, greener Sierra Leone. From February 20 to 27, we take a stand against plastic pollution. Let's reduce, reuse and recycle, because our beach, our environment, our responsibility. Be the change. Go circular today. The Go Circular Week is organized by the Government of Sierra Leone through the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Tourism in collaboration with the World Bank-administered PROBLUE, Sierra Leone Economic Diversification Project, and Resilient Urban Sierra Leone Project.
Go circular! Go circular! Go circular! And if we try for labor, we go reap the benefit. Oh, we like we salon. We like we salon. Go circular! Go circular! Go circular!
The Go Circular Week 2025 is here. Join the movement for a cleaner, greener Sierra Leone. From February 20 to 27, we take a stand against plastic pollution. Let's reduce, reuse, and recycle, because our beach, our environment, our responsibility. Be the change. Go Circular today. The Go Circular Week is organized by the Government of Sierra Leone through the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Environment, and the Ministry of Tourism in collaboration with the World Bank-administered PROBLUE, Sierra Leone Economic Diversification Project, and Resilient Urban Sierra Leone Project.
Go circular! Go circular! Go circular! And if we try for labor, we go reap the benefit. Oh, we like we salon. We like we salon. Go circular! Go circular! Go circular!
The Go Circular Week 2025 is here. Join the movement for a cleaner, greener Sierra Leone. From February 20 to 27, we take a stand against plastic pollution. Let's reduce, reuse, and recycle, because our beach, our environment, our responsibility. Be the change. Go Circular today. The Go Circular Week is organized by the Government of Sierra Leone through the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Environment, and the Ministry of Tourism in collaboration with the World Bank-administered PROBLUE, Sierra Leone Economic Diversification Project, and Resilient Urban Sierra Leone Project.
Go circular! Go circular! Go circular! And if we try for labor, we go reap the benefit. Oh, we like we salon. We like we salon. Go circular! Go circular! Go circular!
The Go Circular Week 2025 is here. Join the movement for a cleaner, greener Sierra Leone. From February 20 to 27, we take a stand against plastic pollution. Let's reduce, reuse, and recycle, because our beach, our environment, our responsibility. Be the change. Go Circular today. The Go Circular Week is organized by the Government of Sierra Leone through the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of
Good morning, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the nice country lodge tea break. So I know that most of you here know my name, but I will still introduce myself. My name is John Shalop, and yes, of course, we own this property, and I'm also the national president for the Hospitality and Tourism Association and the Hotel Association. Welcome everyone to the Country Lodge Hotel, and welcome to this week of Go Secular. Go Secular. Okay. I really want to express my profound gratitude to everyone that has been taking part of this journey. It has not been easy, and there's been many bumps. There's been many issues, and we will continue to encounter more issues. But what would really drive us forward is our passion for the environment, for our generations to come, for our establishments. That is the passion. That is what would drive us forward to continue. So I always preach about passion, because for me, anything you do, if there's no passion in it, it will just die and stay wherever it is. Let's grow more passion for this Go Circular project. Let's continue it. Let's believe in it. Because when you take an in-depth look at the harm it causes in our industry, it's massive. It's massive, it's massive, and we have to start somewhere. So this has been the start, and then we have to continue it. We have to make sure that this project will be our own baby. Especially in the hotel industry. We have to carry this project. We have to take it forward. We have to hold it. We have to earn it. That's what we have to do. It exists in many, many other countries, and they're very successful on it. So first of all, I really want to welcome everyone. And the progresses made have been massive, impressive. We're very happy, and we pray that we continue to have that spirit and move forward. A year or so ago, I personally, and the whole team, most of us in this room here, and many others that are out, were in this exact room where we made a simple call. And we asked that if we're going forward with this, out of experiences, what will be the incentive that we can get for especially the ones who will comply? What will be the incentive? How will we move forward with this? Why must Mr. A be suffering, trying to go circular, protecting the environment? Mr. B is not. Why should they be in the same category? So we made this plea, we made this cry, and I believe that today we will be able to hear some very, very, very good news based on this request that we put forward about a year ago. For me, personally, I'm going to try my level best to order a whole container of bottled drinks, bottled water, not single-use plastic anymore. I have to start somewhere. I was actually in Turkey about a month ago, and I've taken a look at many suppliers. I'm willing to share those supplier names with you guys. I'm even willing to share containers with anyone that is in this room. We can order bottled drinking water for ourselves, and you can keep that bottle. You reuse it again, put it in the rooms. But we have to start somewhere to stop the use of plastic. I know that we've made a cry to government, and government has listened to us, but we'll keep that surprise for later on. I will not reveal that. Madam Ministers, I want to thank you very much for everything you have done. And I know that this project, if it's not because of you guys, will not be moving forward, and especially with the World Bank team. I want to request this. It's a small request. You see, when we look at this shirt from the back, what's written? Reuse? Yes. Reduce, reuse, recycle, right? let's start somewhere to reduce. Even in your backyard, even in front of your house. Let's start somewhere. Let's reduce. Look at what is in front of you. Plastic bottles, how can I reduce it? Straws, how can I reduce it? I don't want to be political, but we don't have to listen to what Trump is saying today about like all this, you know. I'm not trying to be political, okay, but I'm against that. Because when you look at the harm it causes to our environment, there's way beyond the political ideology that is, he is going behind on that. I'm sorry to say that, but we will not accept that. Okay, so us in Sierra Leone here, let's start somewhere. Let's start to reduce the use of these single-use plastics. Ladies and gentlemen, high table guests, thank you very much for coming, and we look forward to today's session. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. Go! Go! I don't know, but sometimes like, you know, when you look at the room is so small that sometimes I think I'm going beyond my voice. I hope I'm not amplifying to the extent that your ears start resonating. Are you fine with that? Are you fine with my go? Ah, okay, great, thank you very much. Now I have the freedom. I can even do to whatever extent that I can. Thank you very much, Johnny. I mean, that's it. I mean, circularity is all about sustainability. We have to. There is no alternative, right? We continue in this path, I'm afraid we will drown. Thank you very much, Johnny. So we move on with the program. Now we are on the next segment of us listening to policy drivers regarding green label, hotels, and the tourism. So I have the honor. Okay. I have the honor to invite the Minister of Environment to make his statement. Her statement, sorry.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and thank you, John. Indeed, it was in this room that what we are experiencing today was born, and what we will be experiencing at the end of this week was also born. And I'm very happy to say my ministry is very pleased with some of you, really, the efforts you are doing towards reducing plastics. Because you guys depend on tourism. And tourism doesn't go without the environment. If the environment is not clean, definitely, tourism doesn't thrive. And I hope that the rest of the hotels and restaurants that haven't toed the line will start to think likewise as well. Now, John has actually spelled a lot of the things that I was about to say here. That we have to care for our environment. There are so many ways for you hotels, owners, and runners, as well as restaurants, to make your input, because you are very, very important in the improvement of our economy and in cleaning our environment. Because when you look at what the amount of plastic that comes from your hotels and ends up in the landfills or even the oceans, is huge. So if you people today decide to help us as a government come up with criteria that will enable all of you to abide to in terms of reducing the plastic pollution in the country, that would be good. But another important thing I would like to say, it's very disheartening when you go along the beach, especially Lonely Beach, let me take it for example. You see the amount of plastic in front of those very hotels and restaurants. It's heartbreaking. Look at the back of those restaurants as well. Along the very sand beach, so many plastic waste are there. Even the rubbish. Some hotels, I mean, it's even more heartbreaking that one of our very important guests that came to our country. When we had a meeting with him, one of the things he said to us was the very hotel that he was staying, actually he woke up in the morning and realized that the hotel was actually dumping its waste into the ocean. That was sickening, that a guest could actually have such a bad experience in the very hotel that he was staying. So for me, I think this is very important, that hotels should actually lead, because if you don't clean this environment, if you don't help to reduce the waste that is destroying our environment, honestly, you are killing your industry, your very industry. Because can you imagine the experience that that particular guest, you have already given that guest. When that guest goes back, that's what he's taking with him. And that's not good for your industry. That's not good for your hotels. Because you kill the environment, you're killing the tourism industry. That's what it means. So it is very important that what is going on today in this room is taken into serious consideration. That we actually come up genuinely and give criteria as to how to reduce our plastic waste, and not only plastic waste, but even the waste itself. Because that guest told me that even the toilet waste, he saw that into the ocean, and that's bad. That's horrible. That's very sickening. And that's not a good image for our country. Let people see Sierra Leoneans as people that are clean. Because even God, our creator, is a clean God. He says, clean your house. That means clean your heart, so that I can enter. If it's not clean, I will not enter. So let's know that we were actually made in the image of God, a God who enjoys and loves cleanliness. Let us realize that and please try to practice that as well. Let's start by cleaning in front of our hotels. We don't need people to come to say, or tourists, but to run after the hotels and the restaurants to say clean your place. It's not just about cleaning inside your hotel, but your environment right in front of some of these hotels. Their doorsteps. You look there along the beach, it's filthy. Piled with garbage, and of course plastic is even worse. So please, I'm pleading today that we all take this very seriously, and we be not only role models, but we be watchmen for our neighbors who haven't cleaned their environment, who are not towing the line that we are discussing here today. You don't have to quarrel with them. You just have to make them realize that what you are doing here is bad for our very industry. You need to clean your environment. And thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister of Environment. And to say it, for all of us to understand that each hotelier here is contributing to a total of 42 million pieces of plastics. That's what you are generating. You see the magnitude which the hotel industry is contributing to the environment. So it's a matter of us acting now. We need to act now. And the solutions are there. Just last week, we had very smart SMEs that are into recycling of plastics. Make use of them. Show responsibility. Thank you very much, Madam Minister. I will now call on the Deputy Minister of Tourism to give her statement. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Please pardon my clumsiness over there. Go. Well, they don't just give you breakfast. Act like for say eat something. Act like for say sugar enter my body. Go. Tourism business. Are you eco-conscious? Yes. You sure? Yes. Are you eco-conscious? Yes. All right. Hopefully. Good morning, Madam Minister. Good morning to you. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The first thing I want to say is when Johnny was speaking, he said, what is at the back of his shirt? And Johnny, I'm going to kindly ask you to stand again and show us your back. You hosted us, so you are my guinea pig. I'm sorry, I don't mean that. Please. Yes, that's what I needed, a broad back. So Johnny said that, well, not he said, he's wearing, and most of you here, reduce. What are we reducing? We stress, we that, and with a go green. That's what this reduce means. Is it okay if I touch you? That's what this reduce means. Reuse. How do we reuse what we think is trash? There's a saying that goes, one man's trash is another man's treasure. Let what others see as trash, let's reuse it as treasure. It's doable. We saw it, the opening of the program, right? How many of you were there? Let's clap for these young minds that were just doing phenomenal. Jobs. What are we recycling? We're recycling the hazardous to us. And turning our bedrooms, our living rooms, our surroundings. Take to the tire. We must go to it turn onto dining table chair. And so let us be very eco-conscious of these things. These three words might be just mere words to you, but it's very important. Let it be a part of us as we live here today. I am truly honored to be here today at the launch of Salon Solid Waste Management Association and National Environment Management and Recycling under the theme and role of why we are here. We all know that waste is a big challenge in our country, a very big one. I must say, I spent my weekend in Kabbalah, and I was so pleased to see that the community was so clean, Madam Minister. Village, you clean. Why can't the city be so? You go Kenema, the same thing. You go Bo, they are just up on their game. I went to Cambia, same thing. So if they can do it, because they still have the cleaning exercises going on, I think we can do it too in Freetown, don't you think? So one of the solutions that we'll take out of here is for us to organize another cleaning, thorough cleaning. Everybody, your community, where they organize cleaning day. If you're not born, they burn the plastic, it's up to you. If you want to donate it for people to use, it's up to you. But these are also ways where we carry the community in doing things. From plastic to our streets and garbage to our communities, waste management is something we need to take seriously. But waste doesn't have to be a problem. It can be part of the solution. If we start thinking differently, it's all in the mind. What to me put on this, so I no go pull on the. We're always pointing fingers at others. Remember, when you point this finger at somebody, this one is pointed back at you. So everybody has to be in the realm of being accountable, being responsible, and being present when it comes to waste management. Why is waste management and recycling so important? It is important. By managing waste properly, we can reduce pollution and create cleaner environment for ourselves and future generations. Recycling in particular is a key to part of the problem solving, the reason why we are gathered here. Instead of throwing away materials, we can reduce and recycle them. For instance, we have Country Lodge. For those of you or those of us, I will not remove myself, that are creatives, we can come to Johnny and his management and say, hey, please keep for me una bottle, tap them, una plastic bottle, and even una water plastic, keep them for me. Johnny and his establishment can do that, put it in a rice bag. At the end of the month, you come and collect it and go do what you have to do with it. And Johnny in return can actually showcase some of these works. That is them encouraging us that yes, we used it, we gave it to you, recycle it, and you have reduced the litter out in the streets and stop the problems that is being caused out there. In a circular economy, things don't just get used and thrown away. Instead, products are designed to be reduced, repaired, and recycled. In the US, where I have lived almost all my life, now they're going green. You barely see plastic bags these days. It's more of the paper bag, right? It's more of the brown paper bags. Even the tea, you go to Starbucks for coffee, they don't make them fine paper and they mush turn them to something. So I think we should start thinking in that realm. If we are mimicking and following others, let's follow the right way, not the wrong way. This reduces the need to keep taking new resources from the earth, helps conserve energy, and reduces pollution. How does waste management and recycling help Sierra Leone in particular? It is worthy noting that the waste management and recycling has numerous benefits. Some of these benefits are: 1, creating jobs. I am a government official. My president tells me that he was going to provide 500,000 jobs. How can I help from my sector with my president meeting this number of job creation? There are lots of young talents in Sierra Leone that are good in recycling. We identify them, we train them. We have Madam Isilia here that has the Creative Hub. We train them, identify them, train them, and teach them how to do fine finishing. And before you know it, is either we find sectors that can employ these young ones, or they create market for themselves. That is one way. 2, saving resources. By recycling, we save valuable natural resources instead of mining more minerals or cutting down more trees. We reduce what we already have, which is better for the planet. Because everybody is now focused on, I go mine. Would they forget that there are other beauties in other things that you see as nothing? For us in Sierra Leone, we eat the banana, right? In other countries, the banana peel is food. Number 3, clean communities. Proper waste management can help us keep our cities, towns, and villages clean, healthy, and free from waste that harms the environment. What do Sierra Leone Solid Waste Management Association aim to do? They will bring together experts and communities to work on a better waste management practice. It will help businesses and local authorities improve on how they handle waste products. They will also create policies and provide support for recycling programs across the country. This will make it easier for everyone to be a part of the solution and move towards a circular economy. Remember, this is very important. In conclusion, My call to action is this. This is just the beginning. We can gather here all we want, but if we don't take it personal and take it into the communities to where the problems really are, we will still be here again next year having the same conversation. We all have a role to play in creating a cleaner, greener Sierra Leone, whether you are a government official, a business leader, or a community member. It is time for all of us to take action and make waste management and recycling a priority. Let us work together to build a future where we reduce waste, recycle more, and protect our environment for future generations. We can make Sierra Leone a cleaner and healthier place to live and work. It is with that that I join my sister, the Deputy Minister of Environment, in making this an official hashtag: reduce, reuse, recycle. So we do post on Facebook, we do type on LinkedIn, you Twitter. Find a day in the week. You have 5 days, official days in the week. Find a day in the week where you say, I dedicate this day to waste management. Where you, at the end of your 2 sentences, where you put hashtag reduce, reuse, recycle. I thank you.
Go. You know, we had labeled this day as a tourism day. And having heard from the policy echelon talking about her concerns about waste management, Bank, who is a tourism specialist, to make a statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ali. And good morning, everyone. Honourable Ministers, EPA, my dear colleague, Alain Maddy, who leads the SLEDP program, our host, Johnny Shalop. Thank you. Thank you for all the hotels and restaurants who've gathered here today, and those members of the press who are helping us to share this message, because remember, communicating beyond this room is what this message is all about, right? If we keep this message to ourselves, we can't create change. So thank you all for coming today. Wow, what a week, right? Go Circular 2025. Bigger and better than last year. What's happened so far? So those of you who were there for the launch on Thursday, we saw not just Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Fisheries, realizing that waste management, now all my business, right? It's like tourism. It's not just one sector's problem. It requires everyone, and it impacts everyone, from the communities living in our beaches to the fishermen fishing out the fish from the sea. So it's been an incredible week. We also started the week in Mahera, where some of you may know there was a pilot project run by our dear Amira here, who has been training communities. Yes, a round of applause would be great. And I know those applause are going to be even more when you hear the numbers. So in just 3 days, 30 community members managed to remove 40,000 kilograms of waste. Why is that important? Because, you know, Mahera is where people start their journey, sets expectations, and this is just the beginning, because you know what, it wasn't cleanup, and I want to stress this because we've been talking a lot about cleanup, right? It's not just cleanup. This is waste to wealth. So those communities, that plastic is weighed, right? And then they are paid in mobile money per kilogram of plastic collected, and that money goes directly back to them. They're paid not by the government, right? Not by the donor community, but by a private sector who's seen an opportunity to turn this plastic into building blocks. I need Johnny again, who's on the phone, but I actually need your back. Would you mind? Okay, so here's the thing. Reducing comes first, right? And we're going to be talking a lot about reducing. That's why it's important, because this is never going to work if we don't reduce, right? But why would you reduce? Okay, you feel for the environment, I'm a good person, I want to reduce. I was talking to the finance manager at a hotel today, right? There's a financial reason to reduce. What happens when you don't buy something? When you spend less, what happens?
You have more.
Right, you save, right? You don't spend money. So reducing actually improves your bottom line. What happens when you reuse something? You don't buy it. Thank you, sir. You don't buy it. What happens when you don't buy it?
More money.
You save more money. Second lot of saving money. What about when you recycle it? You sell it to someone who actually buys it. That's 3 really good money-making reasons to pay attention today. All right, so, thank you, Johnny. Yeah. So when you see reduce, reuse, recycle, please think there's money at each point in that cycle. So where did we start? We started 2 years ago, not just a year ago. And we started with what we call a diagnostic. It's just a measure. That's how we know that there's 42 million pieces of single-use plastic used by the tourism sector. And just sorry? Per year, right? And that's just tourism. Now you think, oh, well, tourism is kind of small. So why aren't we talking about communities or villages or the Freetown City Council? Why aren't we going beyond this, right? So tourism can often be a leader. You're the communicator to the outside world. As the example of this nice guest who had the horrible experience of the waste, right? That message is translated internationally. So you have a bigger voice than just being another industry. You are the door to the world, right? And in that way, you have a much bigger responsibility than any other sector, and your voice is louder. And people really learn. You know, I always think with the tourism industry, there's a life cycle of responsibility. And you start looking at your own operations, right? What can I do better? How can I save money by reducing, right? And as you develop, you think, oh my gosh, what can I do outside of my hotel? I should be having some living outside my hotel. How can I show that my hotel responsibility goes beyond, right, my doorstep? And then there's a third thing that happens is, how can I help my guests to have a conversion experience? So that when they go back to their own country, they're like, oh, I learned something. On the table, there was a little sign saying, we're not giving straws because straws can impact the marine environment. When I go to that bar and you're actually going to reject the straw. Guys, don't you know what's happening to the environment? Right, so that is, I think, the pinnacle of environmental responsibility for a hotel. That your guest will go back a changed person. That you were proud enough as a hotel, whether it's Barmoy or Country Lodge, that you can show your guests your recycling facility, your composting. And there's going to be training, I think it's not this week unfortunately, but there will be training on how to compost, how to turn, and I think the gentleman over there is going to tell you how to turn your organic waste into methane that you can use to burn, and also you can produce fertilizer. So in that way, you know, the hotels have a responsibility, and there is a journey that you can go through. So what did we do after? What did we do after the diagnostic when we found how many pieces of single-use plastic there were? We gathered the tourism industry and we thought, who can be behind this? Who wants to be the early adopters, we called them, and some of them are in the room. Thank you for coming, right? And you told us, okay, that's great, but we need some alternatives. We need some metal straws. We need some textile bags. We need some water dispensers. So then we started working with the MSMEs, crystal clear. I see Isatu from Sher on you know, recycled textile laundry bags. We started working with Shea and Moore to provide amenity bottles. What are the main things? And then you said, well, okay, there's still some things that we need to import. So then we started working with the Ministry of Finance on reducing the tariffs on alternative products to plastic and increasing the tariffs on egregious plastic products. So then you told us, wow, we need even more. Thank you. Make reference to, great. And the beach bars have an incredible role to play in this too, that they have also been reducing their plastic. I know you were involved in the initial audit as well. Some of you had an audit of your plastic right at the beginning and are making steps to reduce plastic. So where are we now, right? We've done all these pieces, and now we're coming together a year later, and you said, well, that's great, but like Johnny said, we need a reward, right? We need an incentive. It is going to cost a little bit of money to start. So here we are today with some green rewards, right? A program that we can build on. It's just a start right now. But we would like to build a comprehensive package of private sector-led incentives, right? Right now we've got government putting their bit in. We'd like to see other organizations putting their bit in to incentivize going green. And we know that going green is not just about plastic, right? I always like to think of the big four, and plastic is the easy one. So once we get the plastic, then we can go on to the others. Waste is number one of those, and plastic is the biggest bit of that. The second bit is organics. We're going to be tackling that in the next couple of weeks, right? Number two, energy. That's a harder one, right? But we're working with the banks to try to reduce the interest rates on eco purchases, and on that list is solar panels and other things that will help reduce your energy bill. Because wait a minute, is energy the most costly part of your operation? Wouldn't you be wanting to measure it and conserve it and reduce your use of it, right? Because that impacts your profit. Water, number three. What can you be doing to reduce your water use? Low flow shower heads, reduction of waste of water, recycling of water within your landscaping, capture of rainwater. The water is not unlimited in Freetown, as everyone knows, right? So there's a responsibility on water. That's the third one. The fourth one is on your policies and corporate responsibility. So how can you train your staff, build your hotel policies to be green? When you've got all four of those, I want to see a big green check mark. But hey, let's not make it so hard. We all talked together a couple of years ago and we said, let's start with plastic, right? Because that's the easy one. Let's get together, let's move it forward, reduce the plastic. And then Sierra Leone can be a leader in this field. There's no country in West Africa that has a really solid green labeling scheme, right? I think Sierra Leone could lead on that. And what better time to start this process than 2025, which is the year of ecotourism. Good luck today. I hope that it's a useful time and that you learn lots about this green label and that you will end up saving money as a result of putting these things in place. Thank you.
know, at the start of the program, thank you, Luis. At the start of the program, we never had the opportunity of knowing each and everyone in the room. But for those of us in the private sector, let me tell you this. You have the policy drivers in here. We have the regulators, especially those that are within the tourism sector. We have National Tourist Board represented here, and also the Environment Protection Agency. It's a good thing that we have the room, the governance framework, fully represented in this room in terms of the hotel industry. So having heard from our ministers, I think it's time for also get something from you, the hoteliers, the private sector. We've had the Minister of Environment, demonstrating her consciousness, her passion about plastic reduction. You've heard it from the Deputy Minister of Tourism. We want to also hear from you, the owners of hotels, the managers of hotels, right? What has been your take in this debate? We know there are new people in the room that maybe for the first time they are getting to understand what this green label is all about. But then there are others who were here last year. So the issue of the discourse around plastic reduction is not new to some of us. We want you to share your thoughts with us. And for those of you that are just joining, we want you to also share what are your expectations, if possible. Please, I don't want you to allow me to start calling names, but just say something regarding your thoughts about plastic reduction. Anyone in the room, please? Ladies first, all the time.
Hello, my name is Aya. I work at the Swiss Hotel Freetown. And one of the things I'd like to discuss that has allowed us to reduce, reuse, and recycle is working with local businesses. So we've been partnered with Shea & More, allowing us to support their local business as well as our guests to experience products made in Sierra Leone. Another thing I'd like to say is I work in the marketing sector of the Swiss Hotel, and with being in-house, I was able to reduce single-use paper significantly. So that means when it comes to in-house promotion, instead of printing promotions for an event we have for the month, we're able to display it on our Vault screen. So we partnered with Vault, and they gave us a screen. Everything you see on social media, we're displaying it on the screen. So that's reduced our paper use significantly. Another thing I'd like to say is on our terrace called Sky Garden, our outdoor deck, we've implemented what you mentioned earlier, reducing, reusing, and recycle in regards to saving on our financial costs. So we partnered with another local business that uses tires and refurbishes them into furniture, so like seats, called
Freetown Innovation Lab.
Yes. So Freetown Innovation Lab, and they reused the tires, which would have ended up in landfill or the oceans, and created chairs, really, really nice seating, and as well as trash bins. Additionally, we were able to use items that we would have thrown in the landfill because, for instance, curtains that had stains and weren't appropriate to be in the rooms anymore, and refurbished that into pillows. We also reupholstered our seating. So instead of throwing that away and purchasing the same items, we were able to reuse them and revamp our space for 2025. Thank you.
That is circular economy made simple. Excellent. Thank you very much. That's great. Any other contributor? Anyone? Thank you. Okay.
Good morning. Yes. In a nutshell, even as much as I will be speaking on the organic waste management, specifically within the hospitality sectors, I just want to throw light on a few things that over the years, for me personally, I've been struggling with, which I think needs to be resolved along the line as we keep pushing the initiative of addressing waste in generally. Of course, I know in this room we have a lot of researchers. If we can be truly honest, you hardly find a very legal document that proves that this is the amount of waste we generally generate in Freetown or Sierra Leone. I have been doing research over the years. I have not crossed paths in the internet with any information that tells me this is the amount of waste that comes from the hospitality sector, this is the amount of waste that comes from different sectors along the line. And that has been a quite struggling journey for people like us who find ourselves in the private sectors. If we can't truly have data that gives information on how to take action, definitely it will be a struggle for some of us. And I think that could be something we can put attention into. If we are truly saying we want to reduce, reuse, and recycle waste, then there is a need for us to have data from the hospitality sectors and other sectors that involve in contributing to this waste problem we are facing in Sierra Leone. However, we are transforming organic waste into clean cooking energy, where we provide domestic biodigester system for household, livestock farmers, and hospitalities like the canteens, the restaurant. Of course, this is something we have been envisioning over these years. If we can look into something like this as well. Of course, I can be very honest. I am not speaking in the point of view because I am supporting or I'm in the initiative of turning waste organic in specific to energy. But in most conversation where we have waste management discussion, we often looked at plastic waste. Most importantly, if we can be honest, we must speak on addressing plastic waste, which is not the only waste. We hardly talk about even the e-waste, the electronic waste, which happens to be one of the key contributors in terms of waste we are generating in Sierra Leone. But it has been silent over these years that when we speak on issues on waste, we ignore some of these things, and I think it will be very essential we also look into this along the line. Thank you so much.
Johnny, I want Johnny to say something. I want Johnny to say something.
No, I open the floor, so definitely let other colleagues take part on this. But I just wanted to mention one thing about the training, that any hotel or restaurant or beach bar that needs training and does not understand how to move forward with this Go Circular project, you can definitely call on us. I think you can call on Amira and she will be happy to come to your establishment and provide that service for free. Okay, so please let's not hesitate to make use of this free training one-to-one, and she can even take a look at the property of what you have and how you're using them and provide that free advice. Okay, I just want to make that known to everyone. Thank you.
So maybe this is a great opportunity to go to someone who's actually had Amira's training.
Okay. Good afternoon all. My name is Matilda from Hotel Barmoy. Actually from the training, since then we have started reducing the use of plastic in our hotel. Since then we've replaced the plastic bottles to a fountain in our conference room. We replaced the plastic straws to paper straw now, and also our takeaway bags that we used to use plastic, but now we use paper bags. And yeah, and also I think we still need some training, because I was unfortunately I did not go to the attend the training, but I think we will need training for more use of plastic.
Okay, maybe we can give. I thought you were not a hotel. Maybe we can come back to you. So let's hear from Johnny, the beach bar, and then Sar.
Yeah, I'm John from the beach bars. From the last Go Circular Week, I think one of the things that we enjoyed doing was like making money through the sale of the plastics. Along the beach, sometimes in March going forward, we had these agents that were buying the plastics. Of course, they were weighing it. I think they were part of the process when we had the program. They bought the thresher and they were buying and threshing it right in front of us. So all of the boys around the beach saw this as an opportunity. And all the beach bars were also not just dumping their plastics, because they were keeping it. Even the workers within the beach bars wanted the plastic to make some money. It went on for some time, but after some time we don't know whether it is because maybe what happened to the agent and it just disappeared, and then the plastics were all over. People were packing it in bags, and it was just like waiting for the buyer, and the buyer never came until we have the cleaners that were cleaning the beach. They came and collected it. But for us, what we did is, in terms of participating in the program, was like removing the straws altogether, because for everybody that came to our bar wanted to use straw. And then we said, okay, well, we discussed and said we are not going to give out straw any longer. And then that was replaced. And we replaced the use of plastic cups with glass cups. And because of that, I think that really helped us, because we didn't have to buy the glass cups every now and then. But when we are using plastic, you have to buy the plastic. When people come, they have to take it away. But the glass, they will use it, and we can reuse them again. So those are some of it. It is difficult because we don't have suppliers that can provide the plastic, the paper straws and paper cups. People really wanted it to be using it. I think we are depriving them from that. And also, when it comes to the use of the dispensers for water, people we tested it, but people wanted cold water, and the problem of electricity was also a big problem. If they have you have the dispenser with cold water, people will take their glass, go to the dispenser, and just get cold, clean water and drink it. But when it is not cold, because of the electricity, it becomes a problem. But largely, I think there is this awareness of the danger of plastic. And if there is any environment that is most affected, I think it is with the beach bars, because the coastal waste management affects us most. In our beachfront, you realize that we have to do a lot of cleaning maybe 2 or 3 times a day, just because we have huge quantity of plastic waste coming from the coastal environment, and they are landing at the beachfront. So, but if we have the system of transforming it into wealth, I think it will not be a problem, rather it will be a blessing. So we think we need those suppliers or those agents, that's buying agents, to come back and see how we can continue the collaboration and make money out of it. Whilst we reduce, we use, and then recycle and make money. So thank you very much.
Do you remember the name of the agent or the company? He's invited, yes. Okay. You remember the name of the agent? Okay. These Lebanese people, them. So thank you very much, John. And then tomorrow we'll have a session specifically looking into setting the network between different actors and recyclers that can come and collect. Okay. Walid. Okay, so tomorrow we'll take up on this conversation and we see how we can reintroduce the model back to Lumley. So, Sarah, you want to talk?
Right. Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon. Saboya from Buffer Resort, Banana Island. I don't want to say much. I just want to testify the goodness of Go Circular to you guys on behalf of my staff. they are doing very well now for the recycling of the plastic bottles. You know, they gather it. It's been rough because we are trying to use these dispensers, but during the transportation and the distance of where we are, so like we find it very difficult. But with the use of the big plastic bottles, we're able to manage it, and then at the end of the day, the staff gather all these bottles and then take it to the local market and then earn some money to take care of the families. And then the other thing we actually ban from our result is the use of plastic straws. You know, we change everything to metal straws. And most of the guests that come to the resort and say, wow, this is my first time of seeing metal straws, and they are really colorful with the welcome drink, with the coconut inside, with metal straws. I mean, it's really amazing, and so many guests, so many ambassadors, like taking pictures of, wow, this is my first time of seeing this. And I want to say thank you to each and everybody. Thank you to the hotels. Thank you to all private sectors for making this coming true. And let's put our hands together and embrace the reduce and reuse and recycling of this vision. Thank you all.
So I'm not as a good MC as my colleague Ali, but I tried to be energetic as he is. So we heard a lot from the hotels that we already worked with. So we have new faces here, and I'm so happy to see like the commitment and willingness to go circular in the industry is still there. It's still a point of interest for many of us. So let's hear from our new guest, and hopefully it's the early adopter cohort 3 that we have here. What do they expect? Why they're here? What do they have in mind? What they're looking for? So let's hear what you are looking for when it's come to improve waste management in your hotels and restaurants, and to the reduction of single-use plastic, and to the strategy and the communication with clients. What are you looking for? I see Phil.
Hi guys, my name is Phil. I am from Takugama. I've only been in the country for 4 months. I'm the operations manager, and my intention is to make a positive impact, not just within Takugama, but also within the tourism network that Sierra Leone is trying so hard to culture and foster good practice within. So being invited here today is a real privilege. It's a real privilege to stand here in front of people that are trying so hard to make their environment better, but also to really carry the country on their shoulders as well. So really to be the pioneers in reusing, reducing and recycling. I'm here to learn. So I'm going to hold my hand up and say that Takugama isn't doing what it should to push these initiatives forwards. But we're really willing to learn. We're really we're here to take on board new initiatives to help where we can, but to be part of this movement. And I really hope that as I see things progress, the country progresses, and things start to improve. For me, I come from somewhere where this kind of initiative is inbuilt within the culture. So it's not something that we have to take the country on a journey with, but here I can see that the inertia to get things moving is great. It's not a culture of reducing, reusing and recycling that the country is familiar with, and I really commend everybody in this room for taking this initiative and really taking the burden on to pull the country forwards. So it's a privilege to be here. Thank you for asking me to say a few words, and I hope to learn a lot from everybody in this room.
Thank you, Phil.
Good afternoon, everyone. I first want to comment. I'm working here, but let me comment. My husband and I came to visit Sierra Leone from the United States, the New York area, in 2022. We took a water taxi, but it was one of the smaller ones because I think it was a kind of a private one. And every few minutes it stopped because there was trash in the propeller. Now, this is our first time coming here, and we had no idea. It's dark. They had to clear the propellers. We were so afraid. But, so I'm glad to see this initiative taking place. Now that I work at Moza Beach Resort, one of the things that was a concern for me as not being from this country is the safety of the water. I was told, don't drink the local water because you can get sick. So drink the bottled water. And so I have been drinking bottled water. One time I ate a salad and I got really sick because it was washed with regular water. So that is a challenge for us when international guests come here. They want to make sure that the water is safe. Unfortunately, we think bottled water is safe, and not always, but there are certain companies that give you safe drinking water. And that's a big concern. You don't want to be coming here on vacation for maybe a week and get sick for that week and go home. It costs so much to fly here from the United States. As some of you know as well, sometimes over $2,000 US to get here. You have water taxi, then you have land. So, this is something that we have to work on, our water purification systems. And so then we can gladly say, okay, we reduced it. The glass of water that you were serving this morning, I was a little scared to drink it because I don't know where it came from. So unfortunately, I have bottled water. I travel with it because I know when I drink it, I'm going to be healthy. I'm not going to get sick. So if I can guarantee that the quality of the water is up to standard, then yes, I will drink it. If you offer it to me, I will drink it, but I don't know. I really don't know. So that's an issue we also have to work with. I don't want to use plastic because in the US, everything you're talking about here, we already do. It's just part of our fabric, but it's new here. So I'm happy to see all of these initiatives. I'm really excited to implement it. As a young lady who said from Swiss Hotel, she's a marketing director. I'm the marketing director and the finance director. So I have both ends of it here. I'm trying to save money and do the right thing and say, hey, we're environmentally friendly. I would love to get that green tag. I'm looking forward to working with you guys. So please, if you're going to offer us water or something, let's work on the purification system. And for our international guests, maybe we'll have some standard. We have a little label saying, yes, it's produced by so-and-so. That would be very helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Do we have other newcomers that want to share with us? Yes, Cecile.
Thank you very much. I'm Cecile Tani-Luke, and I'm also from Moza Beach Resort. Most of the time, the private sectors have so much they would want to offer to the community, but they can't do it on their own without the support of the government. And we stay far from town. We're having so much issues, like one with the waste management. The nearest dump site we have is in Waterloo. And that's so much money we have to use to take the dump from where we are to Waterloo. So if we have this knowledge about how to go circular, how to go green, how to manage our waste without disposing most of them that far, that is also going to be an A+ for us. And also, we're also counting on the government officials. Good thing we have the Ministry of Environment here today. We have seaweed that comes every year. My question is, what have we done to salvage the situation so it doesn't happen every time? And also, the tourism sector, where they're having so much funds, we have so much taxes levied on us. We have to pay for this, we have to pay for that, we have to pay for that. My second question now is, what are those monies going for, and what is the government in turn giving to these private sectors in terms of these services? Thank you.
Just want a quick comment on that. So how would you are in Monse, right? You have a long way to go to take your waste from all the way from York. So how would it be for you to reduce your waste by 60%? Would that be a great thing? Sure. Okay, so 50% of your waste is organic. right? So when you separate it, you'll figure that out. So we have that composting. We've already removed 50% once it's sorted, right? Another 10% is plastic, or maybe a little bit more. And we, by the way, have got those numbers. I'll give you the report later. How about if you sold that 10%? Then you only have the 40%, which you're reducing, right? And all those things are going to reduce your costs. So through this program, hopefully you'll figure a way to, this time next year, tell me that you have 40% less waste. I couldn't believe it when I started composting in my own house, right? How not only, you know, I was taking out garbage every 2 days. Now we only take it out once a week, right? And you know the other thing, the reason I only take it out once a week, because it doesn't smell. You know what happens when you take organics out of your waste stream? It doesn't smell. There's nothing in there to smell. So it weighs a lot less, right? It doesn't smell, and you can keep going for longer. So that's just a quick comment there.
Sorry, I'll just project. I was just going to add to that. Transportation issues. You know, we're all here in this room trying to drive towards the same goal. If we have what we see as competitors, but we're all heading in the same direction, if transportation is a problem for one hotel, it's probably a problem for multiple hotels. Now is the time to network. Now is the time to find those common themes and to share those transportation costs. So if we're sending one car, so we send a car twice to Waterloo every week. We send rubbish to Waterloo and we come back with food for chimps. But if we have organizations that need to get products to Waterloo, well, we're already spending the money. So all that they really need to do is they just need to get their waste to the base of the Takugama Junction. We can transport it the next stage, which is going to save on your fuel. And that's just one example of how, as a network of tourism agents, we can come together and we can start saving money just by networking. So that would be my comment to add to your great comments, which is, let's talk in this room as well. Let's find strong networks. Let's push towards that common goal, because I certainly know, as I said, we can do more. And that's just one example of how we can help other businesses around us, competitors or not, just drive towards this common goal, which is disposal of waste in an economic and sensible way. So, sorry, that was just, didn't need the mic for that one.
Oh boy. So for you, you say Moser and Black Johnson unade York? Okay. So basically what Louise been say is, cameraman. What in Louise been say is, if you get 3 different big trash can, label them. This not for plastic, bottle them. This not for paper and whatever else. This not the actual residue bone within with the DNA. So we are not able for segregate the trash, and we are not able for recycle, reduce and reuse or sell. And then we are not waiting, and the amount of waiting we are able for go to way. I think that can help more. I would like to come and visit and see what you guys going on. I have never been to you guys' spot. Now to the man we talk about seaweed. You? Okay, so we all know that the seaweed is a natural thing. Across the world it happens. In every country they get some sort of seaweed. Some countries are more developed where they have an infrastructural plan of how they can gather or address the issue from the sea before it come on the shores. Now Sierra Leone, we're a third world country, we know each under it. But then we don't find very good ways to use these seaweeds that can benefit us. My mom does it. She's taught me how to do it. So these seaweeds, we can use them for make manure, both liquid and powder manure. But the problem here is nobody is willing to help in getting that, get it to a base where the ones that are the experts to do this get to do it. We've got some young people that actually do from Fabre College that actually do, we did a research, they do have the idea on what to do with it, how to do it, but then we're also looking forward to working with the Ministry of Agriculture for make them go high up on that. The seaweed, you can also use it, we get machine we need for make, where we can use them for turn them into other things. But until we get there, it's a gradual process. My own suggestion, I'm looking for ways where we can have, even if it's not donation, but then government meets private sector halfway to solve this problem, where we can get a net barricaded right around the coastal lines, and so it captures the seaweed before it gets on shore, because that will help us more. Because now it's more even worse and hazardous when you have, we've had few people drown in this. I mean, people see the seaweed and then they jump inside water, go swim, then they fashion, then choke. So you have syringes and other things in this seaweed, bottles and other stuff. So if we're able to have a net on the coastal lines, it's able to trap that. We have some boatmen to go there and clear that in bags, just as you're fishing. I think it will help a whole lot. These are things that we also have to sit down and have a conversation about, because it is very important. Thank you for raising that up. As for money, my question, not my answer. I need answer you.
Yeah, so for the money business, maybe that will require another setting. Yes, what? No, Mr. Tunis. One thing. So one of the things personally that I'm noticing when I go to many of the resorts is just before you access the resort, just before you arrive there, we see some illegal dump sites, some people trashing, and we have compiling, for example, Aqua Club as well. I see on the entrance on the left and the right, there's those kind of dump sites where you have the community, the hotel interaction. I don't know if any of the people would want to a little bit tell us if they try to engage the community, what's happening there and how it's going.
Good morning. I'm Zemzem. Good afternoon. I'm Zemzem from Freetown Aqua Sports Club. And one of the reasons I'm here is because we're swamped with not just illegal dumping on the road, but the trash that comes by the sea. Okay, we have lots and lots of that. And Amira has been trying to help me on how to tackle that. And I think it goes back to engaging the community who dumps in the sea, who then comes to us. We haven't quite had success with that because I think the bins where they should go and dump this thing back in the community, they're absent. The collection, even if we give them bins, who's collecting the waste? And one of the main things I have here is we tried talking to people to collect, but what we've learned is that I sat in the club one day and the collector with the tricycle went to the bridge and dumped all of them back into the sea. So, because there's nowhere to dump. So it goes back to, those infrastructure. When you collect your waste, where is it taken to? How is it dumped? Otherwise, it comes right back to us.
Thank you, Zem. So we see Mr. Tunis wants to say something. So we take the last intervention for this session, and then we can move to presenting actually what is the green label, what are the steps, and then we'll give the floor to our two champions here in the room, the Environmental Protection Agency and the National Tourist Board, to walk us through what's going to happen next and what's the steps that are needed for us to move with this green label reward officially.
Good morning, I'm Sheikh Ahmed Tunis from EPA. First, my brother, you asked for research on different type of waste. There are 3 studies that have been done in Sierra Leone. One by SOD, the other one by SOD, S-O-O-D, and there's another one done by SLEDP, Sierra Leone Urban Research Center, and there's another one that was financed by World Bank. These 3 studies will give you a clear understanding of what type of waste are being generated and how they're being used. For Mozart and my brother there, you see, waste management, like the 2 ministers said, is a bigger challenge. I think we are here to solve waste issue. But the private sector been doing very well. EPA have licensed waste collectors. I know it's a little bit expensive, but it is more organized and better than you trying to dispose of your waste. Our advice, you contact those waste collectors. They are experts. We know once they collect waste, they will dispose it. There is a challenge. Our cities were not planned for the amount of waste we are generating. So we have to look inside us to find a way. And one of the ways we have, practical way we have learned, is to use the licensed waste collectors. Forget about the tricycles. If you are going to use the tricycles, it should be a community base. I have suggested to, like I suggested to Mozart, the consultant Mozart used. I suggested to him, you can use tricycle to collect the waste from one point and place it to another point. So your community, if there are like 4 or 5 hotels in that area, identify a waste station where everybody can dump their waste there, and then the 3, 4, 5 hotels can use a licensed collector to collect from that point onwards. But like the World Bank experts said, reduce. We've just said it. If you can reduce your organic waste first, I mean, instead of, before even you get to use it to compost it, there are a lot of other, reduce the meal individual consume, reduce the amount of product you use for cooking. You know, there are practical ways. I'm not going to go into that, but when you reduce, you won't have the problem of really disposing or spending too much money. But best, my advice is use that as a way. I think I will get another chance, but I just wanted to chip on that. I will get another chance to discuss other issues that were raised by people here. Thanks.
Final word for the ministry.
Thank you very much, Amina. And thank you very much for all those who have contributed so far. I just want to, before we close this session, to say, let's be our brother's keeper. That is to say, you know, I'll take Lumley Beach again as an example, because it's so unsightly when you see the amount of waste, especially plastic, being dumped on a piece of land which people have already owned by building a fence right round. But I haven't erected any building there. I don't know whether it's the surrounding hotels and restaurants that are actually dumping their plastics there, or whether it's the passerbys, but I see people using these sites as a dumping site. It's so unsightly. I just want to plead with all of you to say, please, please, be your brother's keeper. Make sure you take it as a responsibility to ensure that waste or plastic are not being dumped on those sites that haven't got any construction erected on them, because people are using those sites as a dumping site, which makes the beach so unsightly. And that's, we definitely discourage any tourist that comes to our country. You go along our beach, which they're expecting what they hear about us in the news. You put up your hotels, you try to market your hotels and say, oh, this is the best tourist place to come, and then when they come just driving along the beach, they see all that mess. So if people could actually take, make it their responsibility to ensure that the environment itself is clean, that would be nice. Just what Mr. Tunis just spoke about, having licensed waste collectors. We have just launched last week. We just launched the Sierra Leone Waste Management Association, and they are licensed for that. So if you could contact them, they could actually come and collect your waste. They could actually come and do that job. So talking about how do we dispose of our waste, that's one way to dispose of your waste, because they are now going to be working with another association which we launched last week, and they are called the National Recycling Association. They are now working, they are now going to be working alongside with them. They collect the waste and they recycle, and then this association, the recycling association, comes, picks them up, and then do recycling, produce products that can go back into the economy, which we can use and that are useful. I just want to say, so there is no more question about how do we dispose of our waste. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. So to end this first round, thank you very much for all the input, but one thing that I would really love to highlight, when we're starting talking about reduction of single-use plastic, the comment, like literally for 1 year, I've been hearing the same comments, and whenever I go out to meet with the hotel, it's just like, no, I will have to hear it back. It's not possible. People will not, they will always ask for bottle, water bottle, and etc. But now with the intervention with Mr. Sandy and many other intervention, we're hearing a different problem now. We're hearing the problem of, okay, we use dispenser, but how to make sure that we have cold water? Just like, yes. So we're moving and we're learning. So thank you very much for all this experience and being willing to experience the reduction of single-use plastics. And I would as well love to hear, maybe when we do the one-on-one training with each hotel, is just like, what are the challenges, no, with the packaging, with the recyclable, upcycled materials, and so on and so forth. And with the new hotels that are here, I heard something that's coming in, and that's something that we're tackling in this phase, is the holistic waste management system that we have. So the project, it's reuse, reduce, recycle, a reduction of single-use plastic, our grain label, but then there's another big problem. The bigger picture is to how to tackle the waste management problem in the hotels and restaurants and in their surrounding community, knowing what we know. We're not saying that we don't have an infrastructure crisis. We're not saying that we don't have a disposal crisis. We're not saying that we don't have waste management crisis. What we're saying, we know we have all those things, but let's lead, let's be the champion, let's reduce what we can reduce, let's ensure proper disposal, let's ensure proper client communication, behavioral change and consumption change, and see where we're going. We've been in this for 3 years, no? And then I think we will require another 3 years, 5 years to get to where we want to go. But I think we're in the right place as long as we're still willing to come into the room and talk about it. So we're ending this session with a short video. I said I will come back to you in the next session if that's okay. And the short video, and this short video was from our last year Go Circular Week, where we had the creative competition, and then the winner did this beautiful video we've been using it forever, and the winner's name is Caleb, and we have the permission to show this video. So just to change a little bit of the energy in the room, and then we can move to our next session. Okay. So what is the green label reward and how did we come up with this reward? So mainly the green labeling was like the product of 2 years of consultation with hotels, restaurants, and different tourism actors to see how we can create this incentive or this momentum or this kind of certification that will push more hotels to come in beyond just a kind of a commitment level toward making it a more of an official initiative or a movement, like some of us call it, toward the reduction and saving the environment and contributing to the tourism sector. So the Green Label Reward is like is a scheme that's a national scheme, and it's a voluntary scheme for hotels that are willing to reduce their single-use plastics and that they're willing to, and then they want to have a certificate for their single-use plastic that is recognized nationally. And mainly the aim is to motivate and encourage hotels to do that and establish the nationally recognized label that verifies whatsoever we're saying we're going to do. And definitely raising awareness among the local communities and among the tourists themselves in regard to the environmentalism and consumption consciousness, and at the end of and to become a pioneer in this whole initiative and the movement. This is the logo. So the logo, that's the logo that we're using for our Go Circular Week, but as well as the logo that will be used for the green label. So if the hotels receive this green label reward, I think each hotel will be allowed to just put it on their website and use it in all their marketing. And the aspiration of the logo is circularity, but as well as inspired by the leaves that represent nature and so on and so forth. And the white is unity, which we love in Sierra Leone. I will go, and then to mention quickly is that the way that the label reward is developed is inspired by the UN Tourism Association, I think, and it's based on their as well the single-use plastic reduction agenda that they had. I see my brother that's pointing on the pictures, and he looks super excited about it. So just to mention, like, those pictures were from the last year, where we were here, and then we officially finalized and validated this process that we're talking about. So how to attain a green label reward? The approach for it is a two-phase approach. So the first phase approach is the first phase is a commitment phase. It's where each hotel says, okay, I am committed to reduction of single-use plastic, or tour operators. So hotel, restaurant, bar, tour operator, or any tourism actor saying, okay, I'm committed to I'm committed to the reduction of single-use plastics, I'm committed to the improve of waste management system in my enterprise. So they have to have a commitment to it. And for that, there's an application form for it, for the commitment. So far, what we're doing is that we're having a verbal commitment, and moving from today, we will be requiring, and Mr. Tunis and my colleague Bashir will talk more about what is required to do it. So we're moving from a verbal commitment toward more official and written commitment, and we'll talk more about it. The second phase, after 12 months, say the hotel get committed and say we're committed to 1, 2, 3. So mainly the Green Label Reward required the hotel, restaurant, beach bar, and other tour operators to determine 3 to 5 items of plastic that they want to reduce or phase out. You decide what do you want to phase out, and you decide the amount and the percentage based on your business plans, based on your initial audit, and based on the market and the customer behavior regarding type and the importance or no of the type of plastics that we're dealing with. After 12 months, hotels, restaurants, beach bars, tour operators, tourism actors sent in another application form that measure the progress. And it's an internal work, internal audit. So each hotel hold themselves responsible for what they say they're going to do. They send in the second application. After 12 months, they send it to the Environmental Protection Agency. EPA with NTB revise it. They do their spot checks, and they say yes or no. They did what they said they're going to do or no. If yes, you get the green label reward. If no, you keep working, and then you get it the next year. So this is the two phases that we have for the green label reward. Those like the steps in detail will not go through it. But then first, as I mentioned, you submit in your application, you determine what type of plastics you want to reduce, 3 to 5. Then you, in the application, you put in the quantity of plastic that you use, okay? And then you sign it, you stamp it by your hotel. 12 months, you submit in your progress report, okay? And in the progress report, you do your self-calculation of the single-use plastic quantities that you reduce, and then you submit in your progress, and then you have the evaluation by the EPA and the National Tourist Board. So this is the green label reward. This is the system, voluntary system, not very complex like international other rewards that you have to really go into much details and so on, but it's not that simple as well that everyone can attain it. So we try to find the middle ground between understanding our reality, our capacity, how much we can do, what exists, and then what we want at the end of the day. We're doing it for improvement of tourism, so, and our tourists come from outside. So how to make it credible enough but not complicated enough for hotels to be able to work on the label and to be willing to attain it. So when it's come to the governance structure, we have 3 governance structure under this green label reward. So we have the implementing body, which is the Environmental Protection Agency in collaboration with the National Tourist Board. When we were discussing this, we're looking into options, different options. Was it if it's either through a private operator or a government institution or one only institution, and then the task group that we're working on it decided for the start now as well, what we're going to test with is working through the 2 institutions that have to do with the hotels and restaurants, which are the National Tourist Board and the Environmental Protection Agency. And then we have the policy stakeholders, and those are the people that help us and push for the development of what will be presented next, which is the incentives and the collaboration that happens, and the policy and the political framework to make this into reality. And then we have, we call the the Hospitality Association now, and then the stakeholder. The association that is responsible for hotels, restaurant, hospitality, and beach bar are the governance, are very big part of it, and especially when it comes to the advocacy or lobbying for change of policies in favor of hotels that are transitioning into circular economy, and as well to build the capacity, so the training. So now I can do the training, but hopefully in 1 year, 2 years, the hotel association or the SLATA or the federation or anyone will be able to give. We have a guidelines that already prepared and ready. Whoever it's one, it's a very clear curriculum about how to set the policy, how to reduce, how to choose, and what are the alternatives. So this is in a nutshell, the green label reward, the phases, 2 phases, commitment phase, hoping that from today we'll receive many applications, whether for commitment or for progress. Second phase is the application of progress. After 12 months, you receive your green label reward. And then your counterpart will be the ministries, Ministry of Tourism, and then the Ministry of Environment for policy, for the implementation. The people that you will have to submit your application to is the Environmental Protection Agency. The people that will evaluate those applications is the Environmental Protection Agency and the National Tourist Board. The people that will be training, advocating, and pushing for the sustainability of the green label reward is the hotel, restaurants, and the hospitality associations. questions, clarifications, Q&A? Was it clear?
No question. So you're saying we either apply to start, So we either apply for the first phase now, which is the commitment, or we apply for the progress report now, because we are early adopters, right? Okay, thank you.
Any questions, clarification? Is everything clear?
Can we apply online? Can we apply online, or is it a paper application? Environmentally friendly online? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Amira mentioned the guidelines, right, for how to do your own audit. She's training, but there's also guidelines. So if you even just type into your phones into Google, reducing single-use plastic, Sierra Leone, boom. The first thing that I just did it. The first thing that comes up is guidelines for reducing single-use plastic in the tourism sector in Sierra Leone. Right, so those guidelines that tells you step by step how to form your environmental committee in your hotel, how to go through the auditing process, how to set your goals, and then how to monitor your progress. Thanks. Sounds like everyone is really eager to get their application form in, right, and show how they can reduce their single-use plastic. Amira, back to you. So green rewards.
Yes, I'll call you then. I will get it.
Go.
I don't have a time, so good afternoon. Okay, before I go through this, let me give you a quick understanding of how we get to this point. There's a process at EPA, Environment Protection Agency, called the EIA process. That's the process we use to monitor and audit environmental issues. It's a very laborious process and very expensive. I mean, anybody that have gone through the EIA process knows it's very costly. But over the years, when me and Adijano started taking care of hotels, we decided to reduce the cost and the burden on the tourism sector. So instead of going through the real EIA process, we carve out this process called the checklist. So when the Green Label Scheme was devised, Alizona again approached us to incorporate it in the EI so that it can be a credit or merit-based process. I remember when Mr. Charlotte was talking, what is in there for us? One of the ways that have been devised by Amira and Ali Jallo and the Minister of Environment, or the Ministry of Environment, and my boss, Dr. Masakoi, is to incorporate the process into our EIA system. So usually when you apply for the EIA license, you do a study. And after the study, we do this checklist for you. It's basic to create an understanding of what you are doing and how those things are connected to environmental management. I think everything here is easy. Your business name, up to, I don't like talking. I'm less eloquent than all the geniuses, so I like to run quick. Good. So I bring you here for specifically for the green label, point 21. We will now ask on the EIA process, has a valid green label awards single-use plastic reduction certificate been granted to you? If you say yes, then you go to this point. We want to know the amount of reduction you are taking. And then after that, I'm going to run through this. I hate talking. Go to the next one. Then we'll come to the fee calculation. Here, usually, what we do at EPA, this is after your studies. Let me be clear. I don't want someone to say EPA will only use a checklist for hotels. No. We are not requiring you to go through the issue process, but we require every hotel to have a plan, environmental management plan. That is the simple steps to show us what you do, how many water you consume, what do you do with your water waste, what do you do with A, B, C, D, your plastic waste, your organic waste, all different steps. We need those things to calculate if you are, how much you are affecting the environment. So, but now, during that calculation, if you are a green label member, we will reduce on your fee, on your calculated fee, X amount, X percentage. We have not agreed because I'm not at liberty. It is the board, the EPA board, that decide that. This will go to the next EPA board meeting. I'm not going to say 5%, I'm not going to say 2%, I'm not going to say 20%. It is beyond my pay check. I cannot say something that the board has not approved. Technically, we have approved this and we have agreed on a number. I'm not going to call the number because if I do, again, I may lose my paycheck. Okay? But Ali Jallo, we spoke about between 3 to 10%. So I don't know the amount, I'm not going to say it, but it's between that. If you have any question on how to fill this, I'm here. We can go through all the process, but I think there are a lot of things to cover here today. I don't want to go through the EI process. But again, the green label will help all of us to manage the environment properly. EPA is with it and will ensure it's done properly. If you have questions on the EIA process or anything environment, I'm here or you can ask now. I'm not the best speaker. Any question? Few things. You know, I hear people say I was in New York. Yes, me too, I was in New York. My sister over there. The problem is not so much a system. The problem is us. I'm from New York. I used to manage my waste there properly. Then I come to Freetown. I decide to do as I want. Is it New York or Freetown? Who is the problem? No, I am the problem because I respect the rules there. There are rules here. People are just not following those rules. I can tell you, I've been here 7 years. I've been working on waste management for the past 7 years. We have laws. Let me give an example. Takukama, I spoke to the manager the last time I was there 3 years ago. I told him, you are generating too many wastes. How do you dispose of them? He could not tell me. And you know what? I'm not going to say what happened because I love Takukama. Till we are doing it improperly. If I ask every company here how they are disposing their waste, trust me, they are not doing it right. And when they do their EIA, they tell me, I will be doing A, B, C, D. And then I stamp it, boom, it is correct, go do it. But then when we go back to see what they are doing, it's totally not the right thing. So, look, there are only 200 employees at EPA. 30 of them are in the office. There are 70 are in the field in the entire country. We cannot be all over the place. We rely on those commitments we make on paper. So please, if we are going to be part of the green label, let it not be because we want to come here at lodge and get some dinner and eat. Let's do something right. The environment is, we inherited this from people before us. It is an obligation on us to leave it in a better shape or in the same shape for the future generation. But our level of consumption, man, it's crazy. How many people here have shoes that they're not using? If you go in your room, you have more than 50, 60 shoes that you are not using. That's a waste. Oh, I didn't say you look at your shoe. How many people here are wearing shirt that will not decompose? I only wear cotton because it decomposes. But there are people here, your waste, your personal footprint, it's greater than even what hotels are doing. Until we take, I like the conversation here, until we take responsibility, we are really the problem. It's not the law, it's not anybody, it's us. There are cups here. Somebody will say, I need a drink inside this cup. Maybe somebody don't drink there. Hell no, the plastic you are using, it's more dangerous, trust me. It is chemical. They are using petroleum product to make the plastic you are using. That plastic being in the sun, being in a very heat or hot area, you don't know how many things, how many particles are in your water. But you rely on it because it is sealed and drink it. Whereas you can easily use this to get the same value. So it's our responsibility. I'm sorry, I'm not a good speaker, so let me stop before I waste people's time. Let the real people come and do it. But it is our responsibility. Let's be responsible for our environment. Thank you, Mr. Jalo.
Thank you, my Director Tilis. Go! Thank you very much. So we've heard from the environmental component. We want to listen to the National Tourist Board. What is there for us? I mean, maybe coming back to the X%, it's still X%. Like he said, until we go to the board, let's pray that we get something substantial so that it could definitely motivate all of us to start doing something. Right? Good.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I bring you a warm greetings from the National Tourism Board. I am here to actually highlight the concept notes that has been developed, not just by National Tourism Board, but by the Green Label Task Force. The Green Label Task Force is made up of the Ministry of Tourism and Cultural Affairs, the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, the Environment Protection Agency, and the National Tourist Board. There were representatives from each of the institutions, and we met severally and tried to for us to actually develop an incentive that can motivate and reward tourism stakeholders who apply for the award. You know, so we crafted this based on the feasibility and realistic applicability of it also. So it combines both financial incentives in the form of fee reduction upon the fulfillment of environmental best practice, which was outlined in the EPA checklist for tourism operators. Additionally, the package also includes capacity building and feasibility initiatives for actors under the National Tourism Board. And in developing it, we review series of documentations, tourism acts and other policies for us, because we are conscious about legality issues, and to justify it, we actually did a lot of review. So the Tourism Act of 1990 actually includes section on development aid and incentives, but it gives a very narrow room for us to actually provide financial incentives. However, an alternative incentive model was adapted from the same policy, which promotes hotels, restaurants, and other tourism establishments. In a nutshell, under our National Tourism Board, non-financial incentives, we have two categories which we refer to as options. Under the classification department, we said there is need for us to upgrade the classification of hotels that attain the Green Label reward. So we have to upgrade those applicants that are going to be successful in the process. The option requires additional development and analysis to assess the feasibility. It may also necessitate modification to the classification matrix. Under National Tourism Board also, under the marketing and communication departments, we also suggested for us to enhance feasibility of tourism actors, which is to increase website and social media exposure on NTB platforms of those applicants that are going to be awarded. Also, we highlight the achievements of hotel, restaurants, and tourism establishments in reducing single-use plastic. So those are the options that we explored for National Tourism Board. So this is the incentive model for the Green Label Reward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bashiru. That's it for tourism, review of classification. I think it's classified to A, B, C, right? Yeah. So you can be reclassified, and then the idea of feasibility, you could be placed in the NTB website. Okay? So questions, comments?
Yes, I have a question for the National Tourist Board. So, for all the hotels that are in the room, bars, restaurant, tour operators, so if a year from now we've gone through this process and we've done everything, we've been verified by the EPA, what, you said some marketing exposure, some case studies online. Can you be maybe a little bit more specific about how you will highlight the green label certified hotel, bar, restaurant on the website? That would be fantastic. Thanks.
So we actually have the public relation and marketing department that deals with these hotels. So In the area of green label, we already know the impact of plastic pollution on the environment, and we already know what are the impacts of reducing plastic waste. We will promote these hotels as hotels that are actually going towards green revolution. You know, most visitors are now conscious about sustainability, and when we promote you to be someone promoting sustainability, visitors may be interested in actually booking your hotels. So you will be like our ambassadors of sustainability in the tourism sector for promoting green revolution. That is one. And also plastic reduction. We have, it has a global concern. You know, plastic reduction, plastic pollution is a global challenge. So highlighting that Hotel A is taking moves to reduce plastic pollution will give you a very big advertisement and boost in the markets.
I think we thank you, the World Bank. It's a good initiative for Sierra Leone. You remember in this year's COP29, tourism action, they gave a platform to the UNFCCC to tourism. Tourism is now taking action in climate change. And all that contribute to climate change effect, part of this is this plastic. And the other I mentioned the other time is food waste that produce methane. So if this can help us make a report at UNFCCC, this action, we can boast of it and we can project our hotels. This is what Sierra Leone is taking. We may stand to use this opportunity to report this globally at the next COP. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to ask a question, especially when it comes to classification. If you are in class 2, and because of the green label, you're a good performance and you're being classified as class 1. Under normal circumstances, when you are in class 2 and you are being classified as 1, it increases your license fees. And most of the courses, other charges increases. So does it actually mean that if you have a good performance and you have the green label, when you are moved from class 2 to class 1, doesn't that affect your license fees and other charges?
So I made mention on the fact that this have to necessitate modification to the classification matrix. You know, it doesn't necessarily mean that when you are awarded, you move from class 1 to class 2 or whatsoever. So based on the modification we are working on, maybe we have to create a separate classification that has to deal with sustainability or that has to deal with plastic reduction. Well, in the question of whether the payments of fees, we will also consider that, but that one will be finalized after the modification.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, thank you very much for this. Please, I would also want to ask that clearly state the incentives one by one again after this, so we can quickly just, because some people are asking what are the incentives. Let's have it 1, 2, 3, 4, please. Then one thing I would like to suggest to the Tourist Board to take into consideration is that instead of this classification jump from 1 to 2 or 3, or 3, 2, 1, I think you'd rather want to concentrate on who will you work with, especially when you have farm trips. So maybe you should put that for hotels or restaurants or beach bars or resorts that are complying with the Green Label Award and who have Green Label Award. These will be the ones where we send our farm trips. And you have the tour operators here, you have the tour guides here. These will be the ones that you work with, and these are the hotels that we can send these number of clients to, rather than just, because most of the complaints we have from farm trips are based on the trash that is spilled everywhere, especially in the Banana Island areas, or I mean, I know the struggles that they go through in the resorts as well. So instead of doing that, I think you can replace to preferred hotels that you can deal with. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. Let's take a round of the questions and then we can address question or answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koroma from EPA. The gentleman that presented for Tourist Board, the question is still in line with previous two. The classification, you actually, I don't know whether at Tourist Board you have the way you classify your hotels, right? Fine. So I was thinking that the classification should actually have emphasized, like Johnny said, on the green label. If you are compliance level green label is very high, then you are referred to a class A or like that. So you need to throw a little bit of light on that. So that will actually, because our concern here is green label, so let it focus be on that and then you can explain that further. Then secondly, I'm asking you with the permission of the MC or DJ that I'm asking Johnny a question, Mr. John, that I would have asked earlier. Training, you mentioned you'll be the president of the association. Training is very, very paramount and relevant. If you are to succeed, people have to know actually how the green label is going about. Do you have a framework in place already for these trainings? If so, how many have you been able to capture or enlist other hotels that have not started? They are not part of the process yet, and how do you intend to achieve that? Thank you.
So, I can quickly answer that. For the training side, no, we're not the ones responsible for the trainings yet. Okay, the association is not the ones responsible for the trainings yet. Amira, from the SLEDP team, the PROBLUE team here, is the one, but with the hope that it will later on pass to the association or federation to carry on these trainings, because we want to be sustainable, right? Maybe this project will end 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 6 months, you never know. So after it ends, we should not stop. We have to learn from them, like train the trainers, and then we continue forward. Thank you.
I saw someone else that had a question for Bashiru. Very good, okay. Okay, Cecilia, I don't know. That was your question. Good. That's responded to. Mr. Tunis?
I can answer this. I think my voice is... So I want to begin on that. If the Ministry of Tourism is going to manage the green label moving forward, they should be the one that should be doing the training. Maybe in concert with the federation or association. The reason being, they can always add value to it based on new incentives. So for example, if they want to add composting as a pillar to an incentive, they can easily do it and train people on composting instead of the association, who are the beneficiaries. In this case, I mean, that is just on top of my thinking. But again, like I told everyone before, it's always good to get all the regulators, both ministry and Ministry of Tourism and EPA, to work on this training program. And again, that makes life easy for all of us. But you always promise to come and you don't come. I'm not going to go to the system. Consider himself.
Thank you, Mr. Okay, so just to summarize what we heard so far when it comes to incentives. So we heard about financial incentives and non-financial incentives. So EPA is looking into contributing into a financial incentive through reduction of the license fee. The percent will be between 3 and 10%. To be communicated by the board of the EPA that will be meeting soon, okay? Non-financial incentives is coming from the National Tourist Board. One of the options in terms of the classification, but then with what Bashiru presented, we have a too clear one, I think, that was coming up and that's ready to go, is like to improve the visibility and highlight the achievement of the hotels that are green labeled on the website and on the different communication materials of the National Tourist Board, that one. And two, and two, was it what? The classification. But I think the both implementing body, which is EPA and the National Tourist Board, one thing that they will be doing every year is the award ceremony for the green label attendees, whether it's under the environmental day in February to be agreed on. So visibility, I think, is one of the big thing and incentive that will be received to the people that attain the green label reward. Huh? So I have to mark it. So Thursday night we're having an award ceremony. Originally the plan was to have an award ceremony for the hotels and restaurants. But seeing that we're still progressing in this green label reward, so we created something exciting as well, as exciting as an award ceremony for the hotels and restaurants. We're extending into circular businesses, and one of you people will receive an award for their contribution towards circularity in their hotels, okay? It will be Thursday night at Radisson Blu from 6 to 10. Good enough? Okay, so if there's no other questions, maybe we can move to our last session, and it will be an interactive session. And it will be a session for the hotels, restaurant, beach bar presented here. It will be moderated by Johnny. Maybe we can take a little bit of step back, and then Johnny can present, and then we can help the way possible.
Okay. Thank you. Actually, I have a very quick question about the trash, how did you call them? Trash Collectors Association? Or Garbage Collector? Yes. Waste Management Association. Why are they not maybe part of this? I was thinking. Oh, you've had their sessions. Okay. So they are part of this. Yeah. Okay. Perfect then. All right.
And maybe one idea might be, because they were present on Thursday and Friday, and tomorrow is the Coastal Communities Day where the recyclers will be present, to make sure we connect beach bars with the So maybe another idea could be through the association, one of your sessions might be this kind of networking, right? Now there's an association of recyclers, there's not just one, but like a whole group of recyclers, to have them come to a networking session at the association so that these connections can be made. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Louise. Okay, so I'll be moderating this last part today. Actually, it's a very, very important aspect of this whole thing that we're trying to do. And but before, please let me really recognize the efforts made by the Ministry of Environment and EPA, along with the association. We've come a very long way, and this administration has been very, very responsive to our cries. I'm happy that Mr. Tunis here mentioned it. They used to charge us very, very, very high amounts for many different things, consultants and here. Of course, when we built the association, we immediately contacted the EPA that, listen, our members are crying. We used to pay $8,000 to $10,000 just for consultants to come and do our, how do you call it, the EIA. And then that's apart from the other fees that will follow. So there was a very complicated system that was there before. But then this administration listened to our cry. We had several meetings, and they simplified it so easy. That was the checklist that we derived. Now you realize that hotels don't even pay more than 1,000 or 1,500 total, wherein hotels used to pay more than $10,000 to $12,000. That was a very, very, very big drop. And thank you very much for this effort. Furthermore, there's still... And furthermore, every time we cry, every time there's an issue, I call on Mr. Tunis or anyone from the ministry, immediately they're there to help us. And by the way, the Ministry of Tourism was also in the middle of these negotiations, and they played a very vital role. So thank you very much to everyone. I will jump into this session. I think we'll need to divide into maybe, should we say 2 or 3 groups? 3 groups, right? We'll divide into 3 groups, and probably, as they usually do it, we'll start counting 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and everyone belonging to 1 will go to one side, 2 over there, and 3 on this side. Okay, maybe I'll start on this side, and I'd like to be part. You are key to this. You have to provide advice to the group. Let me run quickly by what we're going to look at. Okay. First, we have to list the type and scale of the main types of waste that is produced by hotels, restaurants, beach bars, and all tourism actors. Okay. Once you provide all these types of waste that are being produced in your facility, or even for the tour operators when you visit or take your guests to these areas, they will tell you, oh, you must have something that can contribute to that. You categorize the list on a scale of 1 to 10 based on their environmental impact. That is where you guys also play a very key role. List the actions and substitutions required for these. So let's listen to you guys. What do you think? Okay, if you have this one, it's very vital. It plays a very vital role in destroying the environment. What do you think can be the immediate replacement? One that is available in Sierra Leone, or we might have to find it from somewhere else by importing. List the actors. List the actors involved in the solutions. Who should we go to? Who should we go to? You list all those down. And how do you communicate these alternatives? Then from there now we will see the findings of each group. Is it clear? Yes?
It is not clear because the first one is requiring us to list something, and the rest are following on that thing. So if we divide ourselves into groups, then we have to do all together in 3 different groups. But we cannot divide ourselves based on this.
No, so each group will, you never know, maybe the list of items this group finds is different than the list of the items that other group finds. Yes, it's also good to be separated, and that way you'll think of something that, Now we know that, yes, we have straws, plastic bottles, but let's listen to other people.
Each group will answer all these questions.
Yes, just have your group and quickly answer these questions. We'll have, I think, about 25 to 30 minute session. It's a very short one. Maybe just spend 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. That gives you 25 minutes, and then 5-minute presentations when we're done. Okay? Yeah, so let's start forming the group. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1. Yes, sir. You want to be part of it? 2. 1, 2, 3. 1. Yes, sir. You're part of it, right? Oh, yeah, the press. Okay, no. All this is journal. You need to move. So 1. No. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Then I think we stop. 1. You guys want to be part of this?
We can be floaters.
Yeah, we can be floaters. So 1.
We can be floaters.
Okay, so you're just in group 1. Therefore, everyone in group 1, I would suggest to come to this side. Everyone in group 1, this side. Yes, we can have the chairs, move them around. Group 3 over there. So 1, 2, 3. Let's do it that way. It will be very quick, 20-minute session, and we have floaters going around. Yeah. Two is over there. Yes. Yeah. And right after that, we will have a very, very big lunch. Okay? So the sooner we finish this, the quicker we can eat lunch.
1 to 10 tips by impact?
Yes, by...
The one that is...
Yeah, Amira.
No, before
Of course. Amira. Yes.
No, when you do
I don't understand why you don't go off. Alright, fair enough. Amira. Yeah. So group 3. Group 2 is over there. You asked for 3, no? Or 2? 2. Bring your chair before now, so don't sit down like a group together in front of each other. Give me a. Okay. Okay, yeah. Kawabaya. How many in that? You're in two. But Kawabaya. C'est Kawabaya ici d'ailleurs. Now how many?
Why is the response to the questions? So who are group 2?
Now how many there on group 3? How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe let's take one at group 2. Let's take one person group 2. Group 2 now only 5 did it. 1 minute, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Let's take one person at group 2. Come at group 2, please. Come this way. Come this way, Lacey, down here, please. So now 6, 6, 6 now, it's divided. I'll be with you guys. No problem. Okay. So after this, one person will present. Okay. Now when I get the paper, listen down.
Is there any
you listen down?
No. The type as yes. Start the time.
So start with number 1.
Somebody was talking about engineers?
The ones that are
okay, no problem. Larry, check that computer and if you see the questions. Just, no, make a move. Go now, please. Nobody wants to we make the difference. Damaged or CBT or CBT generated What I want us to look at, let us do
You know the sea is proud. Everything that floats will only come to the land.
I don't know whether they pay for hotels, restaurants. Most of these are they're all like electronic and things like that. They're all electronic.
Plastic, more dangerous. More plastics. Plastic. More dangerous. Plastic.
So we're producing this plastic. Animal waste is all you need. They explain how that and then it ends up in the water. Plastic structures, and then heating products of oil distribution and oil quite something Maybe someone can help you with starting the transfer.
Minutes left, please. 15 more minutes, everyone. So for the ones asking how do we categorize it by the most hazardous item to the least one, okay?
I guess substitutions. Same was not the problem. Not everything can be substituted, right? How do you mark a plastic? Yes, sir. How do you mark? So they do black. Black marker is just on the hand. Plastics now, it's one.
Yes. Please say yes, ma'am. Sorry, we don't like anything.
Minutes.
And then we also discussed how the implementations can be discussed with local artists, small businesses that will be able to reuse products and give it a second life further down for future pieces. And then discussing with NGOs such as UNDP, government officials, we specified law enforcement to make sure that these actions are implemented. And then we appreciate the contributors as
Okay, time's up, everyone. I think we'll start now the group presentation. Should I start with group one? Which group is more ready? Which group? You guys are ready, right? Right, so group two then ready. Are you ready? Okay, so I think we'll have the presentation done by group one. And who is the team lead on this group? Who is the project manager? Spokesman?
Hello, teams. So this is a collective. It's very much not me. This is the entire group feeding into it. And we just tried to break things down in the most logical fashion we could. So the first question was, can we identify I think the first question was, can we identify different types of waste products? The answer is, yes, we can. So at the top of the list, we put plastic waste products, and then we broke those out into products that are produced in-house and products that are flow-in products as well. So stuff that we don't necessarily have control over. That is top of the list, followed up by oil and fuel. So this is just a run through of the list first as opposed to priorities. So oil and fuel we put next on the list. Bulk waste appeared on our list, and bulk waste is stuff like waste furniture, waste metal, so chairs, tables, cloths, bedding, anything that forms the infrastructure of our business. Then we moved on to liquid waste. So for liquid waste, especially for tourist-based industries, we have water runoff. So we have sewage waste that needs dealing with, but we also have something that in the UK and I think across Europe we call grey water. So it's wastewater that maybe somebody has had a wash in, maybe it's something that's been used to wash things, it goes down the drain, but it does have a secondary use. It can be used to water plants. And it's something that can seep back into the groundwater without causing any harm to people. Then we went on to paper waste. So paper waste could be bulk waste, it's dry waste most of the time, but because paper has an organic origin, then paper waste feeds quite nicely into organic waste. So organic waste for most tourist businesses is waste that comes from your kitchens. But for Takugama, organic waste is something very different. And so to the group, I try to explain it by saying, imagine you had 121 guests that were staying in your hotel every single day. And those guests were producing fecal waste and food waste. And that's what we have to deal with at Takugama. The bedding for the chimpanzees
substitute that with cloths that are reusable. And then we have digital. Instead of using papers, more of writing, you can go digital. And sometimes instead of putting papers all around, you can have the QR codes, which can just be scanned and used. And then we say for some areas you can use whiteboard and do all your writing so that when you come, people can just see it on the whiteboard. And then cans, we say it is okay, recycling, even though we don't do it at our own premises, but recycling can also be done. Food, it is more of composting. And then we have liquid, we say it's containment, because most liquid waste, especially water and all the rest, they go back into the soil. And we move on to actors involved in the solution. We see we have the National Tourist Board at the policy level, EPA, and their ministries, Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Environment. We have the private sectors. We also have waste managers like the Waste Management Association that are coming up, and then we have community members creating awareness among them. How to communicate. We say we can do direct communications with our customers by using our customer service and customer care to let them know that this and this is available. For instance, if you ask for straw, we can just tell you that we don't either give straw, or if we have paper straw or metal straw, we can just tell you that this is available by direct communications. Also, we can have signposts where we can just indicate what is available and what is not available and where you can get it. If you want to direct you that you can go from the dispenser, we can put a signpost that directs you to the dispenser. We also have community engagements, especially in our coastal communities. We think we can engage our communities for proper waste management practices. And so we have public awareness campaigns. That also could be done. And then we say, okay, our group members are Sheikh Umar Bangura, we have Sir Bayo, Glenna Francis, Aledi Jallo, Osman B. Kuruma, Thelma S. Tamba S. Bundo, and John Donald Sandy.
Thank you very much. This is Bukumande, teacher. Okay, so I think these three presentations were very, very good. And just one quick comment. You see, who are the members that should be involved in this? We're all forgetting the Ministry of Finance. They have a big and key role to play, because we hear some people there calling for some tax reductions on importations of goods that we have to use to replace these things. Okay, just to quickly highlight that. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay.
Okay, so just like to summarize what we've heard so far, I was taking note. So when it comes to the impact, now I need the list. So when it comes to the impact, so if we look into the type of plastic that is produced in the different entities, we see the highest, what took number one in terms of the most hazardous one based on, I think it's a consensus. We see plastic was one of the items that were very high in that. I think that we expected to come. I think it's really based on what we see, what we observe, and what we experience every day. What was interesting from this group is that the plastic, they look into two types of plastics. They look into the plastic that they produce in their houses, in their hotels and entities, and then they look into the plastics that is coming from the community. And each of them, they have two different approaches to tackle. But the common thing is that what were mentioned by group 2 is the importance of, and group 3, and even group 1 is two things. The community engagement, whether we mean by the community, the coastal community that surround your enterprises, or the community itself, the community of the hotel, of the restaurants, of the beach bar, okay? So both of them were coming up. And in terms of the solution, sorry, I'm talking a bit fast, I'll slow down a bit. In terms of the solutions, what we've seen is that some people and some groups look into source separation as a solution to tackle those type of waste. And mainly plastic, but not only plastic. We saw that organic, liquid waste, and oil and fuel came as well big as hazardous, as impactful waste to the environment and to the tourism entities. So for all those type of waste, we see that group 1 mentioned source separation. I think group 2 as well mentioned source separation. From what we've learned so far is that if we want to reduce, reuse, and recycle, we cannot recycle if we don't have source separation, unfortunately. When we have mixed waste, the only way to manage them is just to dump them, and we don't want to go into that solution. So source separation was one of the solutions that were coming up in the presentations of the groups. A pleasant outcome was the organic waste, and then there was mention of two groups. I thought it's only Takogama that have the fecal waste from animals and so, but apparently in group 2 as well they had that one. That was a surprising item that I didn't see it coming, but let's talk more about how we can target it, maybe through the waste to energy and the clean cooking. Just to end, I love what group 3 mentioned about the communication and the communication with the clients. Definitely communication with the government is important, the counselor, especially if we want to look into the community engagement when it comes to the coastal community. If you want to do source separation or installing of bins or whatsoever, that cannot be done by the hotel by itself. It requires the council to be on board. But the communication, the awareness raising, the communication with the clients, I think one of the things or a takeaway is that we can communicate to the client, and what I would encourage the group here to do is to develop, as members of any association, is to develop a common messaging. So what do we want, what a message we want to communicate to the client? Do we all want to put in stickers in our hotels, like we're just stickers as simple as the Go Circular Salon, reduce, reuse, recycle as a visibility, and then you can communicate it later, and you go into differentiated communication, but common communication in terms of each hotel, what they're doing according to their own abilities and feasibility and according to their plan. So I will stop here. Thank you very much, Johnny, for moderating the session. And then if you allow me to give 2 minutes, we have 2 people here that contributing to the solution, because people, a group mentioned that we talk with artists, we talk with local businesses, we talk with recyclers, we talk with Waste Association. So we're lucky here today to have two businesses that are providing a little bit of solution. So maybe we can give them 2 minutes to talk about what they're providing, and then we can give the closing remark. Okay? Start what I said to see. And don't forget you.
Thank you, Amira. It's really interesting, and I think we'll all agree we've learned a lot in terms of what we can do with reduce, reuse, and recycle. Quite recently, we started working with, I'm going to make Johnny an example, because we started working with them in terms of their tablecloth, their bed sheets, their what else do you call these things? The napkins, so the towels as well, and what we're doing with them. So right now I'm speaking as Isilia, so I don't get you all confused. I'm still very much involved in Isilia, and at Isilia we have a textile factory, and we do a lot with the off-courts. So we use the off-courts to work and make bags like your recycle bags, so that you can give that to your customers. But we also make bags for hotels, for your bin bags. And so what we just started doing with Country Lodge is taking all the cloth, your tablecloth that are stained, and we either use the tablecloth and make bags for you from the tablecloth. So it doesn't matter how, what the colors are, whatever colors you have, if they're stained, just bring them, call us, and we can come and pick them up, and we can reuse those. Either we can tie-dye them again, give them another color. If they're cottons, if they're 100% cotton, then we can give them another color. If not, we can repurpose them and make bags for you. So your tablecloth, your napkins, anything that is cloth that is waste, that you think is waste, it is not waste, just call us, we can make something out of that for you. And so you don't have to waste or worry about buying new tablecloth. If they're cottons, we can give them another color and they can be as brand as new. Yeah, and we also do that with the bed linens that are stained. The bed linens, most of them that they have, they're all cotton, so we're giving them a new life, and you can make them as bed runners. You can make some nice art stuff for your hotels. So whatever you have as in fabrics, but also we can reuse the cottons to make them as uniforms for your staff. So you would save money in buying uniforms or making new uniforms for your staff. So whatever waste you have, as long as it is fabric waste, textile waste, then call us. And we're not working just as Isilia, we're trying to form a textile association. So the tailors, when you walk around Freetown, you see a lot of tailors. Any little corner you go, you'll see tailors. And what we're doing is working with these tailors so they can repurpose, recycle all your textile waste. Thank you.
Let's give it to our guy here that's working on the waste energy. Andrew, please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon once again. It's a pleasure having me, and I want to thank the World Bank team and the entire partners for making this possible. Of course, we are all fighting to make sure that we address the issue of waste. In a niche, I am Andrew Sanoma, and I happen to be the founder of Green Tech Bioenergy. Of course, our journey started because we have a series of issues with organic waste problem within the farming communities, household, and the hospitality industry. Of course, combining these three together, you all can agree with me, these are some of the key contributors of the excess organic waste we are experiencing in Sierra Leone. Combining these three, we started rolling out a domestic biodigester system, introduce these vents in farms and households to convert their waste into clean cooking gas and biofertilizer, which they'll be using in backyard farmings or any normal farming activities to promote sustainable farming agriculture. So in terms of hospitality, we have been fortunate to partner with a company in China to introduce a stainless steel biodigester system that can fit the hospitality sector. So this is something that we thought of, and considering the fact that globally 26% of the total waste we are generating is produced by hospitality sectors. Considering this total number and the amount of money that invested into it, I was speaking with the madam from York. I can just imagine the amount of money they're investing to just manage the waste, just to collect that and dump. Why not considering the fact of switching to biodigester? They'll be using their own waste to produce gas, and they'll be using the same biodigester to get fertilizer, which maybe they can encourage backyard farming within the hospitality. Of course, some of them have the flower vase, which they can be using the fertilizer. So that is what generally we do, and you can find us at Facebook Green Tech Bioenergy, and to learn more about what we are doing and how we can collaborate to address the issue of waste in Sierra Leone. In short, that is what we do. I thank you all, and it's a pleasure having me.
Okay, I think we're coming to the end. So this is just like, it's not the start. I think we are mid-journey now, we heard requests for trainings, and we have the guidelines that is already developed. And then we have us, myself, and my colleague Ali. We're more than happy to be training and going and having one-on-one sessions with every single hotel that is interested, whether in green label reward or in tackling the waste issue in general in their hotels and entities. And so if you want to reach out to me, this is my email address. The closing remark. Can take Louise. Okay, so my email address and my phone number.
And please, please, please take advantage. We have just over 6 months left to run on our SLEDP project, to which this PROBLUE little bit of funding that we have to support, to kick this initiative off is tied, right? After that, it's really going to be up to the industry to keep it going. So while there's this opportunity for free training, free application, and free knowledge transfer, please, please, please take advantage so that we create a movement. I'm closing? All right. Okay, so on behalf of the World Bank, I'd like to really, really thank the two key ministries involved, Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Tourism and Cultural Affairs. I'd also really like to thank the EPA for their contribution to the Green Rewards in partnership with the National Tourist Board. Thank you so much for your commitment. Without the private sector, this does not work. This is private-public dialogue in practice. So thank you all. Give yourselves a round of applause. I think you all really earned lunch. But before you have lunch, there's one last thing, which is a really amazing photo, which is going to be all over the media tomorrow, because we've got all these great press houses here in the room today. So if we could perhaps, where would you like us, Johnny? Yeah, so we can have a few people behind the table and some sitting and some perhaps small in front. And don't forget, so what's left of the week? So tomorrow is the coastal communities, so that's when Mahera community get to transfer their knowledge to Lumley Beach. That will be at Sierra Palms Hotel, 10 to 2. And then Wednesday, we have postponed the composting training. We'll give you more information because we want to combine theory and practical in one whole day. So that's going to be in a couple of weeks' time, so look out for that. And then Thursday night is the conclusion. That will be our red carpet awards night. That will be from 6 to 10 at the Radisson Hotel. You are all invited. Well done. So you need to organize a photo.
PLP, Plastic Leadership on Thursday.
Okay, and Thursday morning is the PLP, the Plastic Leadership Platform, where private sector and public sector get together to change policies. Thanks for the reminder.
Let's get the group photo and go get some lunch. Lunch. We're hungry now.
So, Johnny, Naya,
Go Circular Week 2025 is here. Join the movement for a cleaner, greener Sierra Leone.
From February 20 to 27,
we take a stand against plastic pollution. Let's reduce, reuse and recycle, because our beach, our environment, our responsibility. Be the change. Go Circular today.
The Go Circular Week is organized by the Government of Sierra Leone through the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Tourism in collaboration with the World Bank-administered PROBLUE, Sierra Leone Economic Diversification Project and Resilient Urban Sierra Leone Project.
Go Circular! Go Circular! Go Circular!